Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Yountville Town Council meeting. This is Tuesday, January 18th. Welcome. For those of you here in the council chambers, we have minutes and other support materials on the wall. Please turn off cell phones and any other electronic devices that make noise if you are not in uniform and armed. We are being broadcast live on Channel 28 as well as streaming on our brand new Town of Yountville website. If you have not already seen it, today it went live. It looks fantastic. And thank you in particular to Julie Baldia, but also to the rest of the town staff that worked very hard for weeks and probably months to make it happen. So you'll see some very familiar information, but in a very different, very new and attractive format. So we are on the website as well on townofyountville.com. With that, I'll call the meeting to order, and may I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Hall. Here. Councilmember Moeller. Here. Councilmember Dornbecker. Here. Vice Mayor Chilton.
Here.
Mayor Dunbar.
Here. And before I move on to the pledge, I just wanted to take a moment of silence. We have a few folks that have passed away recently, one of whom is Councilmember Hall's father, Clarence Hall, who just passed away on Saturday. He lived in San Antonio. Also, many of you may already know that Ed West, former city council member from American Canyon, passed away unexpectedly also this last week, as did Paul Battisti, a former supervisor and a former administrator of the California Veterans Home. So we'd like to remember all those that have been lost in our thoughts tonight. I would also like to acknowledge, since this is the first time we have met, the tragedy in Tucson. We as elected officials certainly our thoughts and prayers go out to all those folks that have been affected, and we certainly understand the gravity of the situation, as do, I'm sure, everybody here and listening and watching us tonight. So with that, if I can indulge all of you for a moment of silence in their memory. Thank you very much. And with that, if I could ask Councilmember Hall to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. And with that, we have a little housekeeping to take care of this evening. We are going to recess to the Yountville Housing Authority annual meeting, which does have a separate agenda, but you're also welcome just to listen as we move through that item. So if I can call to order the Yountville Housing Authority.
All members are present.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 3 of that agenda, which is public comment. You're still welcome as members of the public to make a comment on anything that's not on this Housing Authority agenda. I don't see any activity, so I'll move right on to election of officers.
Thank you, Mayor. The elections of officers for the Housing Authority typically calls for the mayor and vice mayor of the town council to act as the chair and vice chair of the authority, and also with that the secretary and executive director is the town manager, and I ask that you make those appointments.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or potential action by the council? I mean by the Housing Authority? We do.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
No opposition, so we are elected chair and vice chair.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Moving on to consent calendar, item 5, approval of minutes from July 20th, 2010, and the Housing Authority annual financial reports. Is there any discussion on those items?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And no opposition. Are there any reports? There are no public hearings, no scheduled items. With that, is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn the meeting of the Housing Authority to, I believe, next year.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. And we will now recess to the Yountville Finance Authority annual meeting. If you could move on to that, if I can move on to that. Item. All right. I'll call that meeting to order for the Yountville Finance Authority. And roll call, we're all still present?
Yes, everyone present.
Item 3, approval of minutes from January 19th, 2010.
Motion to move to approve the minutes.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No opposition. Again, is there any opportunity, or this is an opportunity, any public comment? Okay, thank you. Again, election of officers.
Same scenario as Yountville Housing Authority.
I so move. Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No opposition? Congratulations again. Let's see, consent calendar, Finance Authority Annual Financial Report. Is there any discussion or action?
Move to approve?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And that looks like it for the agenda. No regular items, no reports, staff reports, or future agenda items. Is there a motion to adjourn the Yountville Finance Authority?
Move to adjourn to 2012.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We will now recess to the Yountville Parking Authority annual meeting. And I will call the Yountville Parking Authority meeting to order. Note that all members are present, noting there is still no public comment, and we will move on to the election of officers for the Yountville Parking Authority.
Same as previous items.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
No opposition. Next, consent calendar, item 5, approval of minutes from January 19th, 2010, and the Parking Authority Annual Financial Report. Any discussion or a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Item 6, no regular items, no staff reports, authority reports, or future agenda items. With that, could I have a motion for adjournment of the Yountville Parking Authority?
Move to adjourn to 2012. Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
That is approved. So thank you very much. We will adjourn the Parking Authority and reconvene the regular town council meeting and rejoin our council agenda on item 8, closed session reports. Do we have any closed session report? No report. Thank you. Item 9, adoption of tonight's agenda. Are there any changes or corrections to the agenda? If not, may I have a motion?
Move to approve?
Second.
All in favor of adoption of the agenda?
Aye.
Thank you. Item 10, more public comment opportunity, folks. Here we go. Anything not on any of these agendas? All right. Moving right along. On to the consent calendar, item 11, approval of warrants and approval of minutes from December 14th, 2010.
Motion to approve consent calendar.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
No opposition, that is approved. Now I know we're going to take a couple minutes here with item 12. Presentations, CAL FIRE Public Safety Quarterly Report. Welcome.
For a new board, you guys moved doing pretty well. You're moving quite along here.
Don't jinx us now.
That's right. Good evening to Mayor Dunbar and the rest of the town council. The quarterly report for the fourth quarter of 2010 for the fire department. This year, that quarter we ran 140 medical aids, 9 public assists, 28 vehicle accidents, 4 vehicle fires, 56 alarm soundings, 14 structure fires, a vegetation fire, some miscellaneous fires with 3 hazardous materials calls and 9 tree power line calls, which is somewhat normal with the storm season. Of the 266, 79 were in the town, 67 for the Veterans Home, 107 in the surrounding county areas, and 13 is auto aid to the city of Napa. And that's fairly consistent call types. It was a 10% increase from last year. So that surprised us a little bit. For our significant events this year, we'll get this one out of the way. We did participate in the chili cook-off. We'd like to congratulate the Records Department of the Sheriff's Office. We did find the deputies didn't participate quite as much as they're going to take credit for, but the Records Department made a hell of a pot of chili. There are some rumors of ours tasting like cat. Only a deputy would know what cat tastes like, so we're unable to comment about that.
I think we'll have to make sure that the deputies have the first report next.
That's all I've been saying. I can't get any help from the clerk here. You'll see some notes to a Ben Hockler benefit dinner. We bring this up only because it was reported in some of the local papers, and the fire services is, believe it or not, somewhat of a small community. Ben was a CAL FIRE seasonal firefighter for us over in Sonoma County, so he was tied to us, even though somewhat remotely, but he was part of our unit on a vegetation fire over in the Bodega area. He was electrocuted with some second and third degree burns. He is recovering quite nicely, but at the time he just had his first child, so he was in need of a little family help. So the station, the Yountville station, was very instrumental in helping put together one of the fundraisers for him that they held in Sonoma County. And as you can see, there were some local businesses that helped really make that event a big success for us. So we thank very much publicly the French Laundry, Pacific Blues, Hurley's, and Bellagio for their generous donations on a last-minute request. Again, Ben he's recovering quite well. We helped out with Festival of Lights. Again, that one's significant because it helps out. It's a big help for our toy drive. The Chief's Dinner was this year held at Yountville once again, and that's designed to recognize the firefighters of the year for each respective volunteer station or the paid side. And this year, the selection on the paid side was our own Captain Jim Christensen. Some of you may know him. That he was selected over roughly 55 career personnel from St. Helena to the airport to the Lake Berryessa. And I can tell you, he's one of the hardest working people you ever meet, nicest guys you'll ever meet. There's no one more deserving, and I'm very lucky and proud to have him under my command. So we're very proud of him and congratulate him publicly for getting that award. We assisted with the Focus Dinner, and probably most importantly, our big event for the year was our toy drive, and not surprisingly, our biggest year ever. Over 145 families were served, actually signed up at the station, and we took care of roughly 900 to 1,000 kids this year. Some of the local charities are listed. This is one of the ones where we take a little bit of or I should say a little bit, we take a lot or all of the credit, but really we couldn't do it without the public's help. From all of our bins and solicitation locations, the donations this year were above and beyond, so we're very thankful to the public. Even with the high numbers of families we took care of, we still have a stockpile that we have for next year, and we also keep those in events of fires or floods or anything like that happens throughout the year. We still get into that cash to assist all year long if requested. So, big public thank you to everyone that helped out this year and kicked down, because it really it made a big difference, and we had a huge number that we didn't anticipate. Listed some of our unique trainings, and then lastly, we at the fire department like to publicly thank Mayor Sosserman and past Mayor Sosserman, former Mayor Sosserman, and former Councilmember Dutton for their time and support to the community, and they were always very good to us. They were very good supporters of the fire service, so we thank them, and we'd like to congratulate Mayor Dunbar, Councilmember Hall, and Dornbecker for your appointments, and I'll be contacting you to see if you have any questions, or if I can kind of give you guys any insight to what we do and just what you're paying for. Councilmember Hall, I gotta tell you, you've run the highs and the lows, boy. I wish you all the best from taking this on to twins and then your father. I wish you the best. You've got quite a This has been a roller coaster for your first year, so good luck with everything. So, that's all we have. Any questions?
Any questions of Battalion Chief Parks? No. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 12B, Sheriff Department Public Safety Quarterly Report, and a little bit of bloating, I suspect.
No, I kind of throw off my game because when he throws himself on the sword before I get up here, it kind of throws my whole thing off. I'm not used to them coming up first and just totally falling.
It's this new tone of civility.
Well, I really wasn't going to go after him this time. I was going after the fact that we won the People's Choice Award, and the judges that judged it, some that are present, didn't place us at all. So it's, I think it was more of a judges thing than anything else. But, the people picked, and that's pretty much the whole game. My only comment about the fire department is they left their A game at home, and, they kind of just did the rest for me. That was kind of nice. It was a very quiet quarter this quarter. Compared to the following 2 years, I went over the same stats, and this is typically our slowest, quietest quarter. One of the high points of the quarter was the fact that our vehicle accidents went down to 1 for the entire quarter, and it was a non-injury accident. So I went back to as far as 05, and there's been at least 3 to 4 accidents every quarter. So maybe we're doing something right, and people are slowing down a little bit, especially during the rainy season like it was. We didn't have anything too horrific out there. Everything else was down. We went down to 2 arrests from 12 the quarter before. Calls to service went down. They typically do during this quarter. It was actually, like I said, if you go over the graphs from year to year, this is typically a very quiet quarter. I don't know whether it has to do with the holidays, less people in town, or what, but it really worked out as far as the graphs, all the graphs go. We're keeping up a high presence with traffic stops, as you see on the graph I gave you folks. A lot of involvement from deputies from the unincorporated area are coming in and filling the void, backing us up and coming in when we're not here. So it's working out very well having us in town for over a year now. We initiated a new program this year, or this quarter. It was called Stop and Think, and some people might be familiar with it. When we stopped cars, we were giving out rubber coasters, or markers they call them, or if we stopped a bike that actually stopped at a stop sign, we were giving them water bottles, and it has a logo on it. At the Sheriff's Department, it would say Stop and Think. We basically wanted to let everybody know that, give them a warning and tell them that, kind of think about how your actions affect other people. And so it was a little bit more than just a warning. It was trying to get people out there to be aware of what they're doing. So, and it seems to be working pretty well. People really, a lot of feedback, positive feedback on it. So we'll continue that probably for at least till the markers and water bottles are gone, and then we get back to what we do. 3 DUI arrests this quarter, which is pretty much right in the ballpark. Most of them we turn over to CHP. Yeah. And that was about it. We really had a very, very quiet quarter. Just kind of like the way we like it.
Definitely. Any questions?
Actually, I do.
Sure.
Please. I noticed a flurry of vandalism taking place, and I was wondering, what are your perceptions about that?
Steve and I have talked about it a lot, and they're isolated incidents. A couple of different theories we have, but I think mainly it's just probably kids with too much time on their hands. And in the grand scheme of things, if you look at the amount of vandalism we have in a small town, it's such a small scale. It just stands out a lot because we don't have a lot of them. So if it was large scale, if someone was going through and breaking all 12 lights on the bocce ball court, I would think we're being targeted, but one light here and there, it could really be anything. And, we had a street sign taken from the corner of Larkspur and Heather, and then we picked it up on Big Ranch Road the other day. So, when things like that happen, you're thinking more kids in the back of a pickup truck than anything else. Who else would do something like that? And then by the time they get to Big Ranch Road, they realize, hey, if we get stopped, they can see this in our truck, we better get rid of it. And they dump it on the side of the road. So we're I'm having our weekend deputies stay a little bit longer at night, staying till 2 or 3 and for a little bit and kind of keep an eye on things, but there's no real pattern to them, so it's kind of hard to do anything about it. And again, if I thought it directed at us in any way, I think we'd take different actions, but right now we're just going to kind of see what happens.
Any other questions? Just one thought I had about the smoke testing. I know that there was some confusion with the public. You didn't find there was any traffic issue or any significant disruption?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Some people asking what it was, but
Sure.
I didn't know whether it was going on in the restaurants or it was going out, somewhere. So, no significant. I really haven't any significant changes in traffic at all, from what I see. So, really like it.
Very good. Thank you very much for the report.
Thank you.
Moving on to 12C, Art Year in Review, Town Art Walk Program and Community Arts Partnership. And I see our Arts Subcommittee very well represented here this evening. So I think, I suspect, are we going to hear a staff report before we hear from, no? We'll go right into our Arts Committee chairperson. With his armed with buttons.
Judith Caldwell, 6880 Jefferson Street. It has been said by some that the arts are the language of the gods. And if this is so, then the members of the Yountville Arts Committee must surely be sent directly from the heavens. Never before have I worked with a more dedicated, responsible, art-loving group of volunteers who have achieved so much in a short period of time with little or no money, simply for the benefit of Yountville's community. For example, Rhonda Scher and her husband Michael have worked tirelessly assembling the Community Center Gallery. While Rhonda is busy writing and rewriting artist applications for those exhibiting both in the gallery as well as the sculpture walk, her husband Michael is busy photographing or rewiring art for hanging. As a team, the Schers have been irreplaceable. Rhonda has spent endless hours writing grants. Last week, she was awarded $5,000 from Wells Fargo. Mrs. Scher has attended numerous meetings, from T-bid gatherings to appointments with artists. Last week, she confirmed a winning partnership with Napa Valley's Open Studios. She coordinated for the first time ever that Open Studios will hold its opening juried art reception weekend here in Yountville. This year, it will be held in March, perfectly timed during A Taste of Yountville. That simply encapsulates Rhonda's work. It's just a teaspoon of what she's done. And the same with Kimberly Cook, our treasurer, who has taken the lead with our sculpture walk. She has spent numerous hours and many days patiently and graciously negotiating with landscape artists, crane operators, and plaque producers to create an extraordinary display of outdoor sculpture. She and Rob have walked and walked the town, taking photographs, creating lists of exactly the right places for our art. Kim is still found wandering the streets well into the evening, trying to relocate Jack Chandler's sculpture at EJC. If any of you had had the pleasure, the unique pleasure of working with an artist, you know well that this can be a challenge. However, Kim seems to handle them with poise and ease and grace. To install, move, haul, and reinstall sculpture, Kim Cook has worked overtime. She has brilliantly worked in partnership with Sam to create this yet-to-be-announced brochure of our public art walk. She and Sam will complete this gorgeous pictorial presentation soon. They are definitely needed. For example, Yountville Arts met this past Friday at 5 o'clock at Maisonnerie. Just as we entered, 3 visitors to Yountville mentioned that they were visiting town specifically to see our art walk. "Can you tell us where to begin?" they asked. Once Kim and Sam's art walk maps are completed, they will be distributed to businesses and answer questions. Where do we begin? Rob Winterberg is our tech specialist. He has designed our beautiful banners and extraordinary rack cards. They are beautiful. Rob is also our events chair. Like a wizard, he seems to magically put together event after event, from our first Gordon Huther gathering held last year in the piazza outside our community center to our upcoming children's art reception to be held this Sunday, January 23rd, from 2 to 4 in the afternoon at CC. Rob's stash of event beverages ranges from wine to milk for cookies. Rob was responsible for conceptualizing, planning, and developing Yountville's first sculpture walk, which we held in October, and he's got even more up his sleeve. As for me, I develop agendas and preside over meetings. Much of my time has been spent developing mission statements, constructing guiding principles, and writing numerous articles for the Yountville Sun, Napa Register, Inside Napa Valley, and Napa Valley Life. I have developed a strong professional partnership with folks like Richard Aldag, director of the Lincoln Theater and Napa Valley Symphony, Tina Blakeney, acting director of the Napa Valley Museum, Jan Schrem of Close Pegah, Rick Walker of Festival del Sol, and a long list of artists and musicians. I truly enjoy creating opportunities for people such as our upcoming theater event. And here's a personal invitation for all of you. I hope that you will join us because we need you. I'll give you this after my presentation. In order to integrate into our business community, our steering committee meetings are held in places like the French Laundry Boardroom, Summerston and Jessup tasting rooms, and Maisonnerie Gallery. We have developed a logo for business cards and stationery. Our mission statement reads, to provide vision, leadership, inspiration, and support for artists and their art in Yountville, creating a bridge that links artists, community, visitors, business, and government. We have worked closely with Steve Rogers and look forward to the possibility of becoming a full-fledged arts commission. We have some awesome plans that we don't even have time to discuss this evening. We are waiting in the wings to support Councilmember Dornbacher's initiative to raise money to purchase and keep Gordon Huther's Silver Twist. Although we are not as aggressively working on procuring more art for our sculpture walk, we will be working on an outdoor music series with Sam. This will be held on Saturday evenings and Sunday afternoons. We look forward to coordinating efforts with Festival del Sol in July, when we will receive and install Jed Novak's sculpture, Chaos Pamplona. Although we began without a single red cent, Yountville Arts has raised over $30,000. Our efforts continue. So, what are you going to do for me this year? Let's take a closer look visually at what we've done through an encapsulated teaspoon of our meetings and what we've accomplished in a relatively short period of time through a PowerPoint presentation, which Sam has helped us with. So those of you that attended this was lots of fun. We had lots of people here who live in town and welcomed a large number of visitors as well. This is a sampling of Gordon's 4 pieces here. And believe it, we're trying to sell these pieces, and even when Gordon has agreed to lower the price, the buyer doesn't seem to come to the fore. but we're working on it. And these are Jack Chandler's beautiful pieces, Rich Botto's.
Today at 4:12 p.m., Juliana Cardenas was abducted from Patterson, Stanislaus. Juliana Cardenas is a 4-year-old Hispanic male, 3 feet 6 inches tall, 40 pounds, with black hair and brown eyes, last seen wearing dark pants, light blue shirt. The suspect is Jose Esteban Rodriguez, a 27-year-old Hispanic male, 5 feet 9 inches tall, weighing 180 pounds, with black hair, brown eyes, last seen wearing a white and black shirt, checkered shorts, and beanie. The suspect was last seen driving a yellow Toyota Corolla with a California license plate of 6HBW445, maybe en route from Patterson to San Jose. The car also has oversized aluminum wheels, and the left rear wheel is the spare wheel. Anyone with information about this abduction is urged to call the police. This concludes the activation of the emergency alert system.
Judith, I'm not sure if you were going to do this, but could you identify the upcoming exhibit and reception?
Yes, that would be wonderful. And this will be held in 2 weeks, Thursday, February 3rd at the Lincoln Theater. It's the first partnership that we have had to try to raise money, not just for us, but for the Lincoln Theater. We are hoping to expand to a threesome partnership between Yountville Arts, the Lincoln Theater, and the Napa Valley Museum. We have tried, and although we chose to do it with the Lincoln Theater, we're pretty optimistic that the museum will join us eventually. With this particular one, Jan Schrem, who is the former owner of Schrem Publishing Company and sold that to develop his wonderful, artful winery Clos Pegase, is coming down from Calistoga to give his presentation on art and wine featuring Bacchus the Rascal and Art Through the Ages. If you haven't heard it, it's a real treat. He's 80 years old and is so excited about this presentation. He's bringing wine to sample, and Bob Hurley is preparing food, finger foods to pair with his wines. And then a large majority will be having dinner at Hurley's afterwards. So if you choose to attend this, please bring your spouses. Please bring your neighbors and friends. We need you that night. And if you'd like to have dinner with us, just make your reservation for the private back room. Do you have questions about it?
An upcoming exhibition, is it a theme of youth, children artists?
Oh, yes. And I wanted to say that we have 2 artists exhibiting at the Lincoln Theater that night. They are both artists in residence at Clos Pegase. One is Jim Stallings. He's still there. And Guy Peterson is a former artist in residence at Clos Pegase. They are brilliant men beyond description with their sculpture and their art. You'll have to come and see it. And if you don't, we'll shoot you. And let's see, the children's presentation is this coming Sunday from 2 to 4.
And that will run for a number of weeks after that.
Yes. Thank you.
Great. Are there any questions council has? For Judith?
No, but man, it's just say how much we appreciate and love what's happening in terms of the art in the town. Thank you and the steering committee so much. Really.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and I'll echo that. Also, so many other artists from our community have come out and supported the steering committee's efforts. And again, just talking about the town website, you'll see quite a bit, Michael, I'm sure some of your wonderful photography is scattered about on our website, and Rob and Mars, I'm sure the community's really come together to help support us put a new face on our website, so I want to thank all of you for helping in that regard as well. So one last.
I apologize for being out of line, but would we have our own little website within the town's website so that if an artist wanted to approach us artfully, they would probably not go through Parks and Recs or the town?
I would suggest that you have a conversation with Steve and Sam and work that out.
Great.
I'm sure there's a solution.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you all for all your help. And Kimberly, continue wandering those streets in the evenings. As we've seen from Mara's photography, it's beautiful at night. Well, thank you very much for that presentation. Let us move on now to item 13, public hearing. The Wine Cellar, a use permit amendment and design review at 6525 Washington Street. And before we move on, are there any conflicts?
I'll
Mayor Chilton.
make a statement here. I just want to disclose, I own a food business with a leasehold interest within 500 feet of the parcel that this applicant is located on. While this is not an automatic disqualifier, after consulting with the town attorney at the last meeting, we are seeking additional advice on this type of situation. As a result, I will not tonight participate in this discussion, but potentially may do so in the future if warranted. So I'm going to step down.
Thank you.
I've also consulted with the town attorney, and they've advised me that while the discussion on the wine tasting room regulations within the town of Yountville will have no direct impact upon the operations of my employer, Cliff Lady Vineyard, to the extent that there may be indirect impacts upon my employer, these economic impacts are not significant enough under the regulations of the FPPC to result in my disqualification. At this time, I will elect to participate, but I'm required to disclose that I'm an employee with Cliff Lady Vineyards, serving as its Vice President of Finance.
Thank you for that clarification. And with that, may we have a staff report, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
This item is a request by the V Wine Cellar Wine Tasting Room to convert into a wine bar. And V Wine currently operates under a use permit that limits the consumption of alcohol to wine tasting. And if this use permit amendment were approved tonight, it would allow V Wine to operate as a wine bar, which includes the attributes that they could sell wine or beer by the glass or bottle for on-site consumption, that they could include a small plate fare of prepackaged and pre-made foods, that they could provide food and beverage service to their guests, and they're also seeking an extension in the hours of operation. These amendments would be in addition to their continued operation as a wine shop and the conduct of special events. The first thing it's important to note is that Bean Wine operates under a use permit that is more restrictive than their ABC license and what that could ultimately allow them to do. Like I say, the town use permit limits them to wine tasting, but a Type 42 ABC license authorizes the sale of beer and wine for consumption on or off-site, and it's that on-site characteristic of consumption that's important here that's part of the wine bar. V-Wine operates under a 42 license, but it's also important to note that the other wine tasting rooms in town, with the exception of Grosinger, all operate under a duplicate O2 license, and that authorizes a wine grower to conduct wine tasting at an off-site facility. So there is a distinction in those two types of permits. The other holder of a Type 42 license is Grosinger, but they too operate under a use permit that limits the consumption of alcohol to wine tasting. The wine cellar is located in the primary commercial zoning district, and that's the most permissive commercial zoning district in town, and which allows the broadest range of commercial uses. And in addition to this zone, V-Wine shares a physical space that is large in size and layout, and which includes outdoor areas which could potentially accommodate a broader range of commercial and alcohol-related activities. In this case, it's staff's opinion that the proposed wine bar use with the small plate fare and the food and beverage service satisfies the requirements of the primary commercial zoning district. And I'll go through the different elements that they're seeking approval for. The first is the wine bar use for on-site consumption of beer and wine at both the indoor and outdoor areas. This would include the service of drinks, and this would be specific to the wine bar use and not generally transferable to other wine tasting room uses. It would also allow a mobile outdoor wine bar to facilitate the outdoor experience for the guests. And this, it's important to note that the outdoor use of the patio has a relationship to open space and FAR, as you know from other projects. And in this case, the original use permit approval designated the patio as a use area rather than open space. And it also included the patio in the FAR for the V Marketplace property. And at that point, it brought the site total up to 24.8%, which was within the allowable standard. The reason for this treatment of the patio was because V-Wine holds the Type 42 license, which requires that the space be fenced off and available only for customer use and those 21 and over. The result is that the proposal before you tonight does not decrease the amount of open space or increase the FAR, so it's within those standards. The applicant is also seeking consumption of food in the form of a small plate menu that would consist of prepackaged meats and cheeses, pre-made pizzas, and crostini that are heated and plated in the on-site facility. Restaurant meal service is not proposed, and it would not be allowed under this use permit amendment. The ABC does not allow a Type 42 license holder to conduct restaurant meal service, and they define that as a bona fide eating place that makes actual and substantial sales of meals during the normal meal hours that they are open, and that's at least 5 days a week. The ABC also requires a restaurant food facility kitchen to be equipped with refrigeration and a variety of cooking devices, and it presumes operation of a restaurant where the gross receipts for food are greater than gross receipts for alcohol. The proposed meal service does not raise to that level of food preparation or meal service because heating and plating does not fall within the definition of food preparation, because the plating facility is not a qualifying kitchen that meets the equipment requirements, that the food is secondary to the beer and wine, and that it doesn't represent the primary gross receipts. And for those reasons, staff believes that the small plate menu is within the allowable terms of a wine bar. Parking is another aspect that would change with the intensification of the use for the wine bar and food elements, and this space is uniquely situated to meet these increased requirements. The existing wine tasting use requires 16 spaces, and that's 10 spaces for the retail shop based on a square footage standard, and 6 for the outdoor patio seats based on a per seat standard. And in this case, staff is suggesting a hybrid formula that anticipates full occupancy of the site, and it accounts for the large size of the retail space and the number of seats. It would include an element for retail standard to apply to the indoor areas, and that's 1 seat for each 250 square feet of floor area, and also a bar standard that would apply to all indoor and outdoor seats, and that's 1 seat, 1 stall, 1 space for every 4 seats. And this would require a total of 29 spaces, which is 13 more than are currently allocated to the use, but which can be accommodated in the existing on-site parking lot, which has 322 spaces, only 207 of which are accounted for. So these additional spaces would bring that to 220 spaces, fully satisfying the parking requirement. The applicant is also looking to extend the hours of operation. They're currently open until 7 p.m., and they would like to extend that until 12 midnight. And these proposed wine bar hours are similar to other adjacent and nearby restaurants. For example, Bouchon Bistro is open till 12:30, Hurley's is open till 12 midnight, and Bottega is open until 10 p.m. Staff does recognize that there are potential impacts on the adjacent lodging uses from use of the outdoor patio, and so we are suggesting some conditions that would limit use of the patio. One, that the use would cease by 10 p.m., that any live music on the outdoor patio would cease by dark, and so it's a seasonal standard, and another adding a 6-month review so we can look at potential impacts once they've been in operation for some time. The applicant is requesting outdoor music on the patio, as I've just suggested, but because of the impacts to lodging uses, we are suggesting that it can only be allowed until dark, that an amplified sound permit be required whenever amplification devices are used. And in consideration of the Railway Inn, staff is suggesting a condition to be added tonight that V-Wine would notify Railway Inn of the date and time of live music performances and provide a contact person in case there are complaints from the inn. The applicant is also seeking approval of design review for outdoor patio improvements. And the staff report details the applicant's proposal at the time, which was for wooden posts to support outdoor lighting. Since publication, the applicant has indicated it will take the ZDRB recommendation and construct posts out of iron to match the existing fence. And the applicant also intends to reduce the number of posts from 6 to 4, and staff fully supports these changes. So staff is recommending approval of both the use permit amendment and design review subject to the conditions of approval that are in the staff report and resolution. And staff raises the fact that the wine tasting policy has not been finalized, and council could continue this item until that has been completed. But staff brings to the council's attention that action tonight will not impact the council's ability to adopt a wine tasting policy with different definitions, and that would be applicable to all future requests to locate or modify a use in town. And that it would also not create a precedent for Grosinger, which is the other Type 42 license holder that operates as a wine tasting room, because Grosinger is located in a different zoning district, the residential scaled commercial, which is more restrictive and has different requirements that apply. And that concludes my presentation, but the applicant is here tonight as well.
Thanks. Before I ask council if they have questions, I have one question while it's fresh in my mind. Toward the very end, you talked about the wine bar definition we have yet to finalize. And can you go over your interpretation of why we could potentially move forward without that definition yet?
Because use permits in town are discretionary, they're specific to the project. The approval tonight would only apply to V-Wine Cellar and only at this location. If the council later determines that a wine bar means something else or that a different parking standard would apply, that would be the rule that's created.
So the conditions could potentially change up to the applicant if we change the definition of that?
No, this would lock in this applicant's approval, but future users would be subject to the new rules.
Okay.
Staff would also offer that in some ways this discussion tonight helps frame the differences. And what we're really talking about here is establishing what by all reality is more of a bar lounge as opposed to a tasting room. And in some cases, especially for those folks, and no offense to those of you from Missouri, but every once in a while people like to be shown, show me. And I think part of what we're able to do is now have something where we can differentiate what a potential wine bar lounge looks, feels like, operating structure versus
some of the variations of how people choose to operate their tasting room. So in some ways, I think this is helpful. I would also point out that it's not that we're lacking structure or definitions. There's drafts that are out there. But again, we are unique in this community in the sense that every business is operating under a conditional use permit. And in this particular case, the applicant has waited a little bit of time for us to sort through some of this process and wants to clear up some of its operating procedures. I think staff's outlined a number of the issues. And again, one of the unique characteristics is that you can't do a one-fits-all in wine tasting and bar lounge operations because there are a number of considerations: parking, size, outdoor space, lack of outdoor space, special events, no special events, and a number of our spaces just do not, they're not equal to equal. I do think what's important, and staff will really stress this, what we believe is important is that each applicant be treated in a fair and consistent manner in terms of how their process is evaluating what those options are. But that doesn't necessarily mean that everything is 8 to 5, 8 to 5, 8 to 5, if that makes any sense to the council. So we think that this is helpful in our current discussion while we move forward with the update of the wine tasting outline and how that will apply, or how the council chooses to apply some of that in the various different zoning districts.
Okay, thank you. Does council have questions of staff regarding the report before we open the public hearing? Councilmember Moeller?
I do. First I'd like to ask some questions regarding the number of events for music, both outdoor and indoor. Do you have, there's no proposal that I see here. What?
We weren't limited in this case because this applicant is more open to the types of special events that they can hold. They're not limited to a cap number per year, and we felt that the music would fall within that same standard to be reviewed on a 6-month basis.
So you're saying that anytime there's music, it's actually a special event. So what makes
No,
it?
this would become part of the daily operations if they choose to do music.
And they can.
And they anticipate that they would only do it occasionally. We should ask them how often they would envision it.
Okay, so we'll hold that
Okay.
for when they come up. And I don't know if you know this either. So within the music event is dancing proposed? And where I'm trying to get to, and we can talk about that later, I'm really trying to understand, they no longer want to be a wine shop with wine tasting. They now want to be a wine bar.
A wine shop with wine bar.
A wine bar with retail, which is their wine shop. So then when do we, and we don't have any definitions for when they would be a wine lounge, and then, if we start adding in the music and people like to get up and dance, when are you a nightclub? So those are some of the things getting some questions and answers to some of those things I think is going to be really helpful to figure out what they're trying to be and what they're looking for.
Well, I can respond to the type of music that they've indicated. It's a low-level ambient music that someone drinking wine outside could enjoy. It would most often be acoustic and low-level. Occasionally, it would be amplified. They don't envision it as a party-type, dancing-type environment. It's more low-level and ambient, and they can further address that when they come up as well.
Okay, so there would be pretty much a restricted floor space, whether it's indoor or outdoor, to where this music's going to be, because sometimes when you've got a big giant band, it encourages a lot more fun and dancing, and then we're
I think
a
big
nightclub,
giant
which
band
we're
just
not
doesn't
necessarily
fit.
saying that's not okay. It's just trying to figure out what the elephant looks like, I think, is where we're going to try to get to. So it's going to be acoustic in a small area, either indoor or outdoor.
And it could include amplification as well, but it would be a small band. It wouldn't be a 10-piece band.
Okay.
And amplification would require an amplification permit.
Right,
So
right.
what I think this is a good subtlety for the council to realize, if permitted, they could have and I hate to use the term friends, but if everybody remembers the coffee shop where occasionally somebody was playing in the background, some of it was pretty good and some of it was pretty awful, so I don't want to presume that Scott and his crew are going to be going on the pretty awful, but I think what they're looking at is attempting to add some ambiance to the evening entertainment, and it's hard to write everything, but I think if needs be, we can try to write some of that scope, but so it would be that type of use is permitted. Amplified noise, outside noise would clearly need to be reviewed on a case-by-case basis.
So what you're saying really is going to restrict to what we're talking about for indoor only?
If that's the preference of the council, that'd be one way to address it. But I think based on what the intent of the applicant, and they can further clarify.
So outdoor, there might be a guy sitting on a stool with an acoustic guitar and somebody singing without a microphone.
Correct.
Okay. So that's my questions, I think,
For
for
now?
staff now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilmember Hall, questions of staff about the report?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think this is a good test case for staff to really, as Steve said, direct or help us sort of outline what these definitions will, or hopefully ultimately will be the outcome of them. Not to say that we are setting precedent, because I don't think that's the intent here. I did have a question, because we make a clear distinction of the Type 42 license versus the Type 02 license, the duplicate wine growers license. And I guess my question is, and this may be a question for council, and I'll look to Steve at this rather than staff, although I'll direct it to all, was there a specific reason why wine tasting was the limit or the use that was allowed rather than a wine bar in the initial application, or was it not applied for?
I'll take that one then.
Thank you.
I think what it comes down to is that was the official ABC license, and when the town came in, that was the license the operator used, and then the town's conditional use permit, which again ultimately dictates. So they used a different vehicle at that point to get that particular license, and that's not atypical in some cases for a non-winery direct retail tasting room establishment. And I think over time there's always the potential for confusion because one entitling agency lets you do a whole range of things under its license, and another entity such as ourselves says, no, here's what you can do. And I do think part of what I would say this effort at this point in time is to fully clarify, and indeed they will be operating, I think the statement, it's a retail establishment with a wine bar lounge. That is the correct definition, that they would be both.
I think that answers my question, but do you recall, was there a specific directive as to why only wine tasting and not, rather than, they have the ability with a 42 to pour beer?
It goes back quite a while, and all of the early, and Bob might be able to shed more light, but all of the initial tasting room applications under the conditional use permit all initially focused on wine tasting only, and in fact, at some point in time, the town coined the term a tasting pour, only we've subsequently come to learn that there is no such definition in ABC. So we've created a definition that, and the town council, prior councils had always said that the tasting room was limited to a tasting pour, although no definition existed. So we're talking about, I believe at this point in time, this is the fourth entity operating in this space under that particular type of a permit.
Okay. That's the only questions I have for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Dornbeck.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. One is that, do I understand correctly that the outdoor patio would be limited until 10 p.m., but the indoor would be 12 midnight?
That's what staff is suggesting.
By what you're suggesting. And also, if this is a retail establishment with wine bar, does our retail diversity policy come into play?
Potentially, yes.
I think there's an opportunity to review that, because what you have is an establishment that is a tasting room under our current conditional use permit that's seeking to be a wine bar lounge, and that is a question for the council on how it would choose to apply that, but it also could be that, in essence, they're really seeking to be less a tasting room and more a wine bar.
So less a retail with wine bar, or so then it would become a wine bar with retail?
That's how one wants to say which is driving which, but I think it would be a paired activity. So,
And I suppose I could add, the retail diversity policy applies to businesses the council decided were oversaturated, and we knew that was the wine tasting room, or other businesses that we feel there's an overconcentration, and there hasn't been that determination as to this use yet, but it could be something discussed in the council.
this would be the first wine bar lounge, and the town has a bar in Ponches, and then we have restaurants that have some have a beer and wine license, and some have a full alcohol. So it would be the first in the wine bar category.
If I could ask a question, follow up to Councilmember Dornbecker's question, my recollection is that we have stated before that a request to have a permit amendment would basically open up the entire permit for review. And maybe, I'm not sure if that's exactly what you're asking, but if that's the case, which I believe it is, then does that automatically trigger our existing retail,
It doesn't
secondary
automatically.
retail diversity?
It doesn't automatically trigger it. There would have to be a finding by the council that this is the type of use that falls within that oversaturated category. And it being the first, that may be difficult.
Okay. Other
Thank you.
questions? First thing I'm going to ask of staff is, if we've got many points that we're supposed to be deciding on here, so please make sure that we cover them all, that we don't just settle on 2 or 3 and forget 3 or 4. So if I fail to touch on every single element, because this is a very, very complex topic here, I just wanted to go over a couple quick questions to make sure that we have clarification. The ZDRB reviewed, I'm going to talk about the patio design. Basically, they've complied with the ZDRB requests. The lighting is, the posts are iron, and the lights have been reduced in quantity. The strings are fewer, correct? I noticed that Board Member Janes had requested a light study be required. Was there any feedback from the applicant on that element, to your knowledge?
No, but based on staff's knowledge, it's difficult to get a photometric study for that type of light. It's the lighting manufacturers that have wall fixtures and pole fixtures that can produce that type of study. And we've heard from other applicants that these are difficult, if not impossible, to obtain.
So staff is comfortable in saying the light's going to be within a reasonable level of brightness?
The lights are,
They're very low.
they're low intensity, and their location's internal to the site.
Okay. And has there been any outreach or word from the adjacent lodging businesses you've referenced? In particular, Railway Inn obviously would be the most impacted, being right across the driveway.
They've been noticed of the public hearing, but we haven't heard from them. The applicant did let Pacific Blues know what their plans were with the outdoor patio uses, and they had no objection.
Okay. And does this use trigger any kind of ADA accessibility, or has that all been previously resolved because of the way they reconfigured the patio space? All that's still
That's
appropriate?
correct. When actually the building, when the wine cellar moved from the location that Napa Style now, the V Marketplace reoriented everything in that site to comply with ADA, so there are no ADA issues.
And the last question I have, and there's plenty again to discuss, like I said, has to do with, more than one. The hours of operation. You're proposing dark for the hours of operation or for potential amplified noise operation?
When live music is associated with the patio, we're suggesting a seasonal cutoff of dark, but use of the deck itself for the wine bar use until 10.
But they're proposing midnight.
They are, and we're suggesting that the midnight be limited to indoors because there aren't the same noise issues associated with the lodging use, and that 10 seemed reasonable given the proximity of that use.
Okay. And then the last question for now is, our use conditions are basically independent and not dependent on the ABC license regulations. So as has been the case, we can set stricter or looser, well, I guess not looser conditions.
I was going to say, I'm going to agree with your stricter as it
conditions.
relates, but you cannot let them do something that the state says they can't.
But if the state, no, I mean, if the state doesn't identify it, we have the authority to basically regulate
and
as
also
we
just
see
because
fit.
the state says that they could do something with it doesn't mean you have to agree.
I just want to make sure that that's clear, that, and the council is nodding his head as well, so, okay. Let's hear from the applicant and the public. So I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on this item, and if we could start with the applicant. Welcome.
Hello. Good evening, and welcome to the new council. Nice to meet you, Councilmember Hall. Jan Fector, 6525 Washington Street, the Marketplace. I'd just like to give just a little bit of historical background and hopefully make you feel a little bit more comfortable about the issues that you're grappling with over the Wine Cellar Wine Bar. I understand because of the popularity of our town and all of the wonderful wine tasting facilities that we have in town now, when V Wine Cellar backing up was Vintage 1870 Wine Cellar, and before that Wine Rights. I did look around the room before I got up and only noticed that Sharon probably would go back nearly as far as I do in this town, and nobody else here does, so that's why I thought maybe just a tiny bit of history. And I'll just go back maybe 15 years only to V Wine Cellar, which was operated by Phil Houtenhine, originally us, and then Phil Houtenhine, our manager, bought it from us. He operated very much the same as V Wine Cellar does today. He sold beer and wine. He served beer and wine. The patio that is Napa Styles patio now was his patio. Doug Hauser played live music out there every Saturday, and it was enjoyed by a lot of people in the town. There was dancing. I don't know whether it was permitted, but there was dancing. There was joyful dancing. So it was a Saturday afternoon, very congenial, locals meeting, visitors and hanging out on the patio, having a glass of wine, having a beer. I think at the time there was not a full kitchen in V Wine Cellar or in Vintage 1870 Wine Cellar, but Phil would maybe call for a pizza and people would enjoy that. So we're not really asking for anything that's way outside of the way it's been operated historically, and I understand, again, struggling with the definitions, but V Wine Cellar is an actual wine bar, permitted to be so. We went through a lot of work with the ABC to get the premises exactly right for their, for their qualifications. And again, like Vintage 1870 Wine Cellar in the back before that, the patio was monumented so that you couldn't come and go. You had to be 21 years and older. So anyway, I'd just like to give you that information. Scott has been operating much this way for the last 2 years since we moved up front, and without incident, other than one. We did have one very excited birthday party one night, and we did hear from the Railway Inn, and it was taken care of, and actually now the Railway Inn and Scott are going to be working together on some events. So it's an adjunct for them. They don't have any sort of, wine or beer service there, and now their guests maybe will be able to have a special treat, through the wine cellar. So I just encourage you to, hear Scott, what he has to say. He's been a very successful businessman, quietly doing his business inside the marketplace for a few years now, and just would like to be actually, famously known for all the things that he wants to know and be fully permitted. So I appreciate that. Scott Lewis.
Scott Lewis, B Wine Cellar, 6525 Washington Street. Thanks, Jen, for the introduction. I guess this got popular, this whole discussion with regards to wine tasting and my particular establishment, again, when the sort of influence of a lot of tasting rooms came into town. And, I was kind of surprised in some respects because I thought that we were doing exactly what we were supposed to be doing. And my background is food and beverage, working in hotels and the service industry all of my life. So when the opportunity came to do the wine cellar, I actually worked with Phil originally and helped him, move that to the next level as far as offering something for the locals. It's not just all about the tourists. But anyway, as I skip forward, this particular topic has became last September, I believe it was, when I attended the first meeting with the influx of tasting rooms that came into town, and then all of a sudden we were not operating under our own sort of correct use permit. As Jan explained, we spent a lot of time and a lot of money putting the patio and the deck together, and that was something that I envisioned to be, if you look at the town, we have one licensed bar and we have a group of restaurants. What I was trying to do is create a place, our tagline is where the winemakers meet. It's a place where locals come. A lot of locals come to the actual wine cellar. A lot of the local wineries, winemakers, the salespeople, they come, they have a glass of wine. And it's amazing to see, just even when customers come in, I can introduce them to a winemaker from down the road, be it from Paradigm or be it from Casa Piena or be it from any of the local wineries here in town. So my idea was to sort of just have something that would work for, not just about selling bottles of wine. I'm not a BevMo, as I keep on explaining to people. Tonight, I have Southern Wines and Spirits, the hierarchy of them in the whole country, dining at V Wine Cellar tonight. And they're saying this is the most unique wine retail wine bar that they have seen in America. I am a lot different, and I'm asking you to sort of distinguish tonight. I know that this has been something that you've been, what is the definition of an 02 versus a 42? Where I come from, a 42 is a wine bar, and it's a wine retail. It gives you the ability to service small plates of food. I'm not talking about competing with the restaurants. I'm talking about putting cheeses and meats and small things that complement wine that people can have, and also not, that's going to break the bank. I have a lot of locals that come in to watch sports games on the Sunday. They come in, they have a plate of cheeses for $5 and a glass of wine for $7. One of the things I heard here in the last few meetings in the past, even for the mayor race, where can you go and have a glass of wine that it's not going to break the bank? So I like to think that we're offering something that's pretty unique and different than what other places are. We do have the parking. We installed at great expense a grease receptor. We installed all of the things to make us to code, that make us, above board. So this one small thing with regards to the use permit obviously is concerning to me, obviously, as a small business guy here in town. The other thing I'd like to make you aware of is that, one of the discussions there with regards to what else do we sell in there besides beer and wine. I just was sharing some numbers with Jan today. We do about 30% of our mix is books. We have cards. By the way, we just got papyrus if you ever need cards for any events. We have local craft makers like woodworkers who come in, and we've got wine chairs and Lazy Susans, and we've got glassware, and we've got, T-shirts, shirts, caps, the whole 9 yards. And I'm not trying to go too chintzy on this stuff, but that's a mix that we do have in there that people do, that I've noticed coming in buying. We also have a radio show that we've been doing out of the store every Tuesday night called Slow Living Radio. So we have a bit of diversification that's going on inside the store. It's not just as simple, it's a wine retail bar. We're trying to offer great, wines by the glass. We're trying to offer some cheeses, meats, and so on and so forth. the music aspect, the idea of doing an acoustical playing outside on, just like what my predecessor used to do. Having I have a jazz trio, a local jazz trio, and also a flamenco guitar player. I want to do them on Saturday afternoons and Sunday. I'm not talking about doing music events every night of the week. On the rare chance, in the 2 years that I've been operating there, we had like 2 music events there. So how often they are, they're not, I don't solicit, hey, bring your band and let's go dancing. The space is not necessarily for dancing, it's for, a nice ambience of music. The reason why I want to spend money and improve, put lighting up and put nice tables and chairs out there is a place, again, where people can come and just have a glass of wine or whatever it might be, just listen to some music, rather than have to go. If you're here in the summertime in the evening, you can't get a place at a bar or a restaurant in town. So it's just a sort of another option. We don't have a wine bar in town, and I think I do have a unique license. I think that I do bring something different to the town, and it's not just for the tourists. I think it's for the locals as well. So that's it.
Thank you. Does council have questions of either of the applicants' spokespeople, persons? Questions at this time? Councilmember Moeller?
So, that was one of the main things I was struggling with. What are you really kind of looking for? And I kept reading that you wanted occasional music events, and that's in the resolution as well. So when you've got just kind of a very subjective word like that, that's fine. When
Sure.
What you're going to do is what you say you're going to do is what you're going to do. But then if it kind of morphs outside of that, then how do we? What kind of wording would we put in to, just make it be what you really want it to be? And that's what I'm kind of struggling with. I have no problem if we want one or the other, as long as we know what we're talking about here. So,
sure. Can I, on the music side of things, the one time I had a problem with the Railway Inn. In fact, we've partnered now to talk about, they're looking into the possibility of doing buyouts for their, for all of their rooms for weekends and so on and so forth. And I'd mentioned to them, look, I know the problem with the music. I mean, I'm more than happy to cease all music at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock was the suggestion. When I talked to Laurie, she said 10 o'clock would be fine with us. I'm not trying to turn it into something where we're going to have a hopping band out there. On the off occasion, I will apply for the amplified music. And then obviously, whatever time it has to be shut down, it has to be shut down. There's no question about it. My goal is really, if you've been into the wine cellar, it really is just a sort of a warm place, and I'm trying to make it tasteful. It's not about, I would not like to have, large raging parties or anything like that. It's more about, intimate gatherings. The music, the style, and everything like that is not going to be rocking. If perchance it is, then it would be something that I would probably. I would shut it down earlier, if anything, and then obviously I would, evaluate based upon what type of music it is, if it suits to be wine cellar or not. But everything I'm trying to do is make it tasteful and make it appreciative, make it something that works, because I'm not looking for a rock band or anything like that. It's more of like the flamenco, the jazz trio. On the occasion, there might be something a bit more amplified, but again, I'll work within constraints or whatever you suggest.
And so the plan really isn't at all, and what you want for your business, to turn it into a nightclub, to have a bunch of dancing, especially on the inside, you're going to have a mess. So I think you probably know that.
Exactly.
And outside is probably not very big to turn into a nightclub. So those are really where some of my major questions were coming from. I think you've answered that, so thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hall?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Scott, right? Thank you. Thanks for your input. This is, it's a unique concept, and it's not one that we have here in town already. It's one that I think those of us that have gotten outside of Yountville and the Napa Valley have experienced, because these things do exist. So I can't say that I'm not familiar with the concept, and I think it's interesting, because today what we have is not quite what you're presenting. I think you're also in a location that is suitable for that kind of service. I guess one question I had is really around the number of seats, because there's a lot of attention that's kind of paid to this, especially as we look at, I know there's not issues around parking, but can you just lay out for me what would a full V wine cellar look like? How many people are we talking about when you're at full capacity?
Seated?
Well, you tell me, because you're going to be pouring wine for people that are standing?
Basically the outdoor seating right now, we have seating for, 36 people on the front patio, and then on the deck itself, we have seating for roughly another 24. So, that's fully seated. Now, with the configuration of the patio, I want to put a mobile wine bar out there, so, when people, walk in, they have somebody can actually, there's a sort of a mini bar there that somebody can go and service them and pour wines from. So it's going to reduce it, I would say, probably to, in the 30 range on the front patio. Inside, there's not really much seating whatsoever. We have a lounge area that basically, as you can see, that's what's inside in there. When you walk in there, that's, and there's a whopping 6 people there, This is when we do our special events, and we can remove the tracks and whatever. But again, those typically are events that are held early in the evening and are finished usually by 9:30, 10 o'clock, and that's some of the catering that we do inside in the actual wine cellar itself. So, in answer to your question, people walking around is inclusive, I guess. Is that what you're asking as well?
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to ascertain is, so you're full. What does full mean?
Well, is it full?
Are people spilling out into the street? Okay.
No, we've never had that.
Well, until you become a wine bar, and there are significant numbers of people who want to stop in and have a glass of wine and chew the fat with their friends and talk about the football game on your big screen TV, which I've enjoyed.
Yeah. I would say that maximum capacity between inside and outside is probably about, and again, if you're talking about seated or standing and seating, I think there's 2 numbers there, but I would say about 100. But and that's 100 people if you were to maximize the seating inside in the store, and then also outside, because we can fit 60 people seated inside. I have never had that, and again, that would be on a special event. So in a wine bar scenario, I would say roughly 70, 80, and that's inclusive of that's more of outside than inside, obviously.
And I guess the reason for my question around this is the following. If I understand the materials that were provided and sort of the background of what you're looking at, it's really to serve the need of residents and or visitors to town who may or may not be able to get into a restaurant, or who are maybe either pre or what's the after meal, having a glass of wine or whatever light plates you might be serving, and how many people are going to be bursting in and out of your hopefully very successful business to be able to participate. The only challenge is there's obviously the neighbors next door, which as long as we're following the conditions of the use and the hours that are presented, perhaps that wouldn't be an issue. I'm just also trying to be sensitive to the fact that this may be a unique opportunity and a unique business that doesn't exist anywhere else in town, and how might some of the other businesses perceive that, because that certainly has to be born in our minds as we're making a decision tonight. But I think I understand the concept of it, so that's helpful. Thank you.
The one thing about the hours of operation I would add is that I'm not setting something in stone, that, I have to be open at midnight. It would be seasonable. I think that, it doesn't make sense for us to be open at midnight in the middle of winter. And I would probably, the summertime, we have, obviously a lot more people in town. And again, as someone who's lived in this town, and your options are very limited in where you can go past 10 o'clock, 10:30. You either have to be in a restaurant or you're at Ponch's if you're in the town. So I'm just trying to offer something that's different, that's a bit more unique, tasteful, and it's not, it's not a crowd scene. It's definitely more of like, you're either starting the evening or you're ending the evening. But I don't see myself being open till like 12:30 at night. I think it's going to be more of the earlier hours, and that's what I'm trying to capture, because I don't want I guess what the maybe the other facilities want in town at that time of the night either. So.
Well, I'm glad also to hear from staff's update that with regards to the outdoor posts and the lighting, that it seems that you've come around to compliance, because I think the outside looks nice the way it is, and
sure.
it can be enhanced, which I think you're proposing. So I think it makes. I'm glad to hear that you have followed staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Councilmember Dornbecker, questions?
Yes, please, Scottsville.
Hello?
Now, I thought I heard you saying earlier that sometimes in the summer you'd like to have music on the patio in the afternoons.
Yes.
Would that go all the way through then into the evenings until dark? And
Well, what I would, my predecessor, Phil, used to have music on Saturday afternoons. And some of the musicians that used to play out there I'm still in contact with. And I would like to bring that back. It's just for a few hours in the afternoon. It's for something that you could just, again, it's like a couple of hours on a Saturday afternoon and a Sunday afternoon. I want to do a jazz trio on Sunday afternoons. So just when the weather's, nice. But just there's a local jazz trio that I work with, do private events, and they're fantastic. And just to have them out in the patio playing, and also trying to encourage other musicians in the area to come down and just maybe, in that same format, shall we say. But yeah, just to create a little music place, because again, something we don't have in town. And again, just where I come from, background and all that, that's, it's a nice option to have.
occasionally your neighbor, Pacific Blues, has music in the courtyard there.
That's right.
Have you had a conversation with Jeff about that?
Yeah, Jeff and I talked. Jeff has music, and they actually use our patio from time to time. So we communicate on a regular basis and let us know, and letting each other know what's happening. And that, again, to that as well, the last time that we had the Pacific Blues thing, people used the whole front patio there, and it's an area that people can use. It's common use for the property as well. So it's like, it's a multi-use space.
I was looking in the notes, and if you say that you want to have a wine cart on the patio there, but would you be taking money there and changing money there?
Most of the transactions will be done inside the store. What I'm trying to do is offer service. So, if somebody comes in and says, I'd like to have a glass of wine and a plate of cheese, take a seat outside, we'll be out to you in a minute. The idea with the wine bar outside, it's just a mobile wine bar. It's a small bar, but it's more of a visual thing. So as people are passing by, they actually see there's somebody there and attentive to it. Because a lot of times when you walk by, it's, well, what's that for? In fact, more times than not, most people use that as our front entrance into the stores right nowadays. Or where's Bottega? So, but yeah, I'm just trying to create a welcoming experience where people can say, "Oh, wow, wine!" You can, and then have the menu set outside on the tables, and people know that they can actually get some service.
Okay. Delighted to hear about Papyrus, and thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have
Another follow-up?
Yes,
Yeah,
thanks.
go ahead.
We're talking now about the front patio and the deck. So do you have a picture? To me, this front patio is the sidewalk. Is that right? Between you and Pacific Blues?
It should be.
I think I know what the deck is.
Yeah, that's the front patio.
Enclosed.
It's enclosed.
Okay, the enclosed part.
Yeah.
Okay. And
That's
then,
where I want to do the lighting, continue the metal, and just do some string lighting, just to create and put some umbrellas out there. Just like to create a sort of a cafe, like something you'd see in Europe.
Okay, then where is the deck?
The deck is to the side. I think I have it. Do I have a picture?
It's on the
of it?
south side?
I saw a photo.
I don't. Maybe I. Did I put that?
And it wraps around?
There's one that. Yeah. That's all enclosed as well. That's just the back wall of it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd like to offer the opportunity for public comment from anyone that's not an applicant. Mr. Wennerberg, please.
Hi, I'm Rob Wennerberg at 2028 Adams Street, number 4. I just want to be clear, because it was the one thing that the Zoning Design Review Board did agree on most heartily, is that we're talking iron. What I read here, and I quote, is, the applicant, however, prefers wood support posts and has not revised project materials in response to board member comments. So just want to make sure that that is part of the discussion here, because I've heard everybody up here say, oh, iron, 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 but that's not what I read.
And actually, normally I wouldn't just jump in with an answer, but I'm looking at the conditions on page 6 here. Support posts for the string lighting shall be fabricated of iron with detailing similar to the fence. That has been adjusted from the initial
And they're okay with
report.
All right, excellent. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. I happen to be looking at that page. So, other questions or comments from the public? I see one more or two people from the public. No? All right, with that, I will invite discussion by the council. I'll close the public hearing and bring it back for council discussion. Again, as I said earlier, we have several elements to comment on, so I'm open to discussion, and we may need to go through item by item to make sure that we cover everything eventually. If somebody is ready to tackle either going through the conditions as they are stated in the staff report, or if you want to go through your notes, I welcome initial. Councilmember Dornbecker, you appear ready to go.
Well, one of the concerns that I have is that, and perhaps we can address it in, with a recommendation here, that I think the hours of operation outside really do need to end by 10 o'clock. I think it's disruptive. It would be disruptive. That's personally how I feel. But otherwise, having read everything about it and looked at it, that's the only concern I have, that I would want to sort of see just outside, but inside would be all right to go later, I think.
So if I can ask for clarification, that would be normal daily operations. That has nothing to do with whether there's music or not. You're saying 10 o'clock as a regular condition, outdoor, and then are you okay with what's proposed? Basically, that's what's stated here, 10 a.m. to midnight inside, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. outside, with outdoor music hours, 10 a.m. until dark, with amplified music needing to be permitted by the town. So
Yeah.
you're okay with that
Yes.
set of conditions? Could you speak to some of the other conditions that are being reviewed?
Well, I think that it is going to be a welcome change in town to have a place that has just a salami plate and cheese and wine. It'd be nice to be able to find a place to go and have that. So I'm not concerned about the prepackaged food. Almost everything else that I've seen has been addressed just fine. And, since they have had a history over at Vintage 1870, when I moved here 12 years ago, we did go out and sit on the patio and listen to Doug Hauser play. So I will enjoy having music there. That's how I feel.
And are you, just going by my notes here, indoor and outdoor service, the mobile wine bar, you're comfortable with all that service? You're comfortable with the impacts on parking? As staff noted, that overall on the parcel, they're still within their requirements?
They're still within their requirements.
And let's see if I have other... They've adjusted their application to comply with the ZDIB recommendations in terms of lighting.
Yeah, I
and
was
the
happy
posts.
to see that, definitely. It didn't need to be overlit, so.
Now, there's also an amendment in here that we haven't discussed about tenting, and I'd like to get your comments. Condition 12, they've requested the ability to have tents erected for no longer than 3 days consecutively with a maximum of 8 days per month. Do you have a comment regarding, on page 7, condition 12? Basically, they're asking if they can tent outside for potentially a full weekend. Would be my guess. But just your thoughts on whether you would feel comfortable or not comfortable with them having outdoor tenting over the patio area.
I would be comfortable. It would not make, it wouldn't, yeah. I think, in terms of whether or not it was needed because of inclement weather, or if there were a private party of some sort or a special event, I think it's perfectly acceptable.
Thank you. Any other comments?
No.
At this time? Okay. Councilmember Hall, are you prepared to?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mayor Dunbar. I'm comfortable, first of all, with the use permit in general as it's laid out. I concur with Councilmember Dornbecker with regards to timing. We need to be consistent with the application, and recognizing that outdoor noise is going to potentially impact the neighbors. So I think that the way staff has written the resolution and the use permit, ceasing it at 10 p.m. is consistent with what I would have expected. What I would say with regards to the condition number 12, which is the tenting, I don't know how we would draft language around it. I mean, there are tents and there are tents, and I would hate to think that, given the beauty of the facility, the brickwork, that we would have a slap together tent that might not be consistent with the beauty or the aesthetics of the town. So I don't know what is proposed, because there's nothing in here that is specific.
I would say two thoughts on that to help the council. One is the landlord of the V wine cellar is very particular about what their tenants use, and I think the history that we have with V Marketplace on those, and that's certainly something that we can also put on our checklist for staff and evaluate. And if we do have a concern about the quality, appearance, or aesthetic of the tenting, that can be incorporated into our 6-month review.
And I would just also echo Steve, or say that we should ensure that it's safe with regards to the kind of material. And
that's why the fire department's involved. And at some point in time, we'll probably end up having to be a little bit, but the fire department's required, and I believe they normally charge an inspection fee to make sure that the tents are installed properly and do meet life safety code requirements. And that particular location is going to have some challenges because of the way the site's located in terms of exiting, but that the tenting, like I say, V Marketplace has a very good track record with working with the town on ensuring that the appropriate tents are used that meet life safety and fire department codes.
Okay. Thank you. I would also, again, like to echo Mayor and Council Member Dornbecker's comments. I personally had experience when I first moved to Yountville in 1996 with regards to the, I forget the name of it now, but they were in the back where Napa Style is today. It was a nice property. It was quiet. It was off of the street level, so you didn't have quite the impact that this would have if there were people bursting out the doors. However, I believe that the concept is interesting and unique, and is something that the town, the residents as well as the visitors in the town would benefit from, especially as if Mr. Lewis, as presented, can find a glass of wine for $7. I think that would be something very unique, given the restaurants that I've been to. That being said, Mayor Dunbar, I'm comfortable with all of the other items inside of this existing use permit. Again, reiterating that as long as the applicant is consistent and is capable of utilizing iron with regards to the material, which is consistent with the existing material on the fencing outside, I think that would be very wise.
So in terms of item condition 6, the hours of operation as stated, you're comfortable?
I'm comfortable with them as stated. Correct.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Moeller.
I will start with the design review findings 1 through 4. Absolutely fine with all those. And additionally, when we get to the use permit, I'm also fine with items 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Again, outside, whatever, dark. I think we pretty much know what dark is for the outdoor music. I'm fine with that. And then the wine service, till 10 outdoors, I'm fine with that. And indoors, knock yourself out if you want to be open till midnight. I'm fine with that too. Food service, well, maybe I said I'm fine with that, but it's really going to be conditioned a bit, I think, on item number 10. So item number 10, what we've been doing is, let's see how everything's going, come back in 6 months, but just considering the time of the year it is right now, this is the 1st of February, I'd like to suggest that maybe we consider, instead of coming back in 6 months, let's come back in 8 months. That's October 1. It gives them the whole season to actually kind of go through it, because let's see, if we do 6 months, this is January, that's June. I mean, they really didn't really get up and going. We're saying everything's fine, and then who knows, July and August. So I'm saying let's give them enough time to really see how it goes, for their first outdoor season. That would be one condition. And that would then also, make sure that we really knew that the food service was what we intended, and they really didn't turn it into a restaurant, which they don't say they want to, but we can check that out too. Item number 11, I was going to look this up, but I didn't. So it says the outdoor noise level when they have the music with the acoustic is not going to be any higher than outdoor dining. So I guess that's a bit subjective. So it's going to be pretty quiet music, it sounds like,
and
outdoors.
That's what we're attempting to do. And I think, if I may, I want to stress, because there's two important things. Condition 11 says, one, any amplified music, period, requires an amplified music permit. The town's notified, and we have to process that. And as you all know, we have invested in this funky little thing that lets us really have a pretty good idea of what's happening. So there's two things there. You'll also note that staff is now using a decibel monitoring so that the two go together. So two things really to stress. One, we're setting a noise level that can be measured by the equipment, and everybody can see what it is. And secondly, just to clarify, if it's amplified, yes, they can have it, but they still have to get I have to get an amplified noise permit, and the town will be aware of it and will be able to monitor.
And that's my only other thing. I mean, maybe this amplified sound is going to be really successful for them. So, yeah, it'd be great to kind of see how things go and revisit this, if we all agree, October 1, just to see, in case they wanted it every night, or it could change. So that'll be a good time, I think, to revisit that whole thing. And because 80 decibels is not particularly loud either with the amplified sound. And we've got some weird acoustics in this town. So I think it'd be good to get your partying done so we can evaluate in October and see how things go. And then in regards to that in general, you did mention that, if there's any problems, you're going to have some contact person that the railway inn can call and work out with you. So you've got your kind of internal complaint procedure. And as we're going through these things, one thing we would do more of these and we get a little more creative in some of the stuff that we're doing. We really don't have a specific complaint procedure. We tell people to call the police, but a lot of people, it's like, I don't really want to call the police, but it's too loud. And with some of our other ones, we've had he said, she said, and the time you got over there, the staff wasn't around, and we can't really tell what really happened. So what I'm saying is, part of this, maybe we should start considering having an official complaint process. I mean, where do people go? What kind of forms do they fill out? How does that all really work? Because the town is so...
I think that has some merit, but I would stress that our sheriff's department, because of the evening and weekends, if a person's experiencing noise, that's exactly where they need to go, because that's where the officer can come, they can assess what's happening on site, they can see it, and with our equipment, they're able to check it out and they're able to document it. And I just, as much as we like to help resolve issues when we can, if somebody thinks something's just a bit too loud, it's very hard when they call me on Tuesday to complain about an event on Saturday when I wasn't there.
No, I understand. So maybe just, and we can talk about it later at the beginning, that might be our policy that goes on the website, so people can go on the website and figure out who you call and what you do, depending on the time of day. So it's outside of this, but I think it starts opening up that discussion. Then other than that, I'm fine with the rest of the use permit items 12, 13, and 14, as well as all the general findings 15 through 17.
Thank you very much. And I'll try to be fairly systematic and hopefully concise. It's a very unique situation we have here. Obviously, not only the ABC license being unique, but also the location. And I think that's allowing us to do something on this site that we wouldn't be able to do almost anywhere else in town. So generally speaking, I am open to giving this a go. I have a couple concerns about the conditions as they are listed. All along in the conversations about tasting rooms and wine bars and the definitions, I've been very resistant to food service when it starts to really make that a gray distinction between a restaurant use and a wine tasting or wine bar use. So I'm willing to go along with this as long as we take a very close look at how that goes in whether it be a 6 or an 8 month review. I just don't want to see the approval for prepackaged, prepared small plates then turn into it's really a restaurant use. So I would just make that comment. I would say the same goes for the tenting. Originally, I was concerned with 3 consecutive days, potentially 8 days a month times 12 months. That's a lot of tenting. That does, even though it's sheltered from Washington Street, that definitely changes the visual of the corner. I mean, we went to great pains when we approved the outdoor patio at all and the re-signage of that part of the building to maintain the aesthetic of the property. So the reason I'm willing to go along with that condition is because I see how it works for Bottega. On the basically the diagonal part of this property, the soft lighting, the outdoor tenting has been integrated with the building itself. This will need to be integrated to some degree. A big, bright, white plastic tent out there for days at a time does not sound very attractive to me, and I don't know that it would be attractive to you to want to do it that way necessarily. But I'm just highlighting some of my concerns that I'd like staff to monitor as we go forward. Excuse me. I initially had reservations about the midnight hour of operation, but as long as that's for indoors, I'm comfortable with that. Again, it's a unique location. You're not close to residences. You are close to some lodging, but as you've stated, you're going to be partnering with them, and they have not come forward with any initial concerns. That part will be evaluated as well. I also want staff to be very careful about monitoring the use of the patio, the access to the patio. I know there was mention in here. Initially, we were very concerned about ADA accessibility and how pedestrians flow in and out of that parking lot. As we get more people out on that patio, that's more people walking right into that right-of-way. And so that's still a concern that it's right there. And if we're talking about dark hours of operation with wine tasting, people walking out into oncoming traffic, I think we need to be very careful of that. With that, I embrace the concept. I think it really is something that isn't happening in town right now. It does fill kind of an entertainment void, I think. I think it can attract locals as well as visitors. And these are all things that we've been asking our business community to do. So if you do it well, it will go well. And if you don't do it well, we'll be talking again in apparently 8 months. I'm comfortable with 8 months to get a little more of the summer season. So I would recommend we change condition 10 to an 8-month review. But I would just like to highlight those conditions I've mentioned as really critical. I do appreciate the ZDRB's comments. I think it absolutely makes sense to stay more consistent with the iron style. So thank the ZDRB for that input and a little bit softer lighting. So with those comments and the hours of operation as stated,
just one last checking in on the list that you asked staff to do, which is making sure everybody's comfortable with the addition of the notification to the Railway Inn and Pacific Blues coordination. I thought there was consensus, but we just want to be clear on that one.
I'm seeing affirmative nods of head. So with those conditions as stated,
Well, I have a question about this. Are you suggesting that that's going to now be added to the resolution? Okay.
That's correct.
So,
Condition 18.
can you repeat that one more time, what that actually is going to be?
It will be something to the effect that the wine cellar shall notify Railway Inn of the date and times of live music events on the patio and provide a contact person for complaints.
And, okay, so if when they notify them, if they say, no, not that date, everyone's...
It's really a good neighborly thing. Talk to your neighbor. You
Okay,
guys work it out.
so it'll be
We'll-
worked out, they just don't have to officially file a complaint. They
Right.
can work that out, okay.
Right.
That's fine.
Any other questions, council, or is there action to be offered?
I can move to approve resolution number 2942-11 with the addition of the good neighborly notification and complaint policy, so described, as well as changing use permit finding number and condition number 10 from 6 months of operation to be reviewed to 8. And thereby approving use permit amendment and design review for B Wine Cellar located at 6525 Washington Street, also known as the Marketplace.
I'll second.
There's been a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
And no opposition. So congratulations. You got your work cut out for you now. With that, I'll invite Vice Mayor Chilton back in. Hello, Vice Mayor Chilton, ready to go. Thank you.
Okay, we'll
be
keep-
there.
remember there.
How late are you going to be
Remember
open?
Let's move on to item 14, administrative and regular items. 14A is park use ordinance, introduction and first reading of ordinance number 396-11. Staff report?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item before you tonight is an introduction of ordinance amending Title 12, which is Streets, Sidewalks, Public Places, and Parks, Chapter 12, Park Regulations, and also Title 8, Health and Safety, which we're adding a new chapter, 8.36, Filming, Commercial, Motion Picture, Television, and Non-Theatrical. Most of these items are really housekeeping items. Staff has been reviewing over the last couple months the park ordinance, specifically as it related to potential commercial activities that were occurring in our parks, but then also found a few other items that needed some cleaning up in the process. Staff has also been participating in a regional analysis of the filming potential of Napa Valley and how to increase that, and also found at that time that the town was lacking in language in the ordinance specific to film permitting. So the item before you tonight is amending and adding to the municipal code as described, and for future, we will be bringing back permitting fees where appropriate. So the first item is commercial use of parks, 1212.250. As stated, no person or group of people shall use a park for any commercial purpose, including the sale of any service, merchandise, or food, except by permit issued by the town manager. Staff is working on a process for permitting and an administrative policy behind that if you do approve it this evening. This is mostly in relation to the weddings that we know have been occurring in parks, as well as several recreational type experiences that are being offered as drop-off points at several of our local parks as well. That is a commercial activity. Staff would also reach out to those vendors, making sure that they're aware of the new process. Number 2 is organized group use of parks. It's defined as sports teams, leagues, classes, or other groups with more than 25 attendees but less than 200. It describes that permit would also be issued by the town manager. 3 is animals, 12.12.270. It would be adding language that no person, owner, guardian, or responsible party shall permit a dog to enter upon land owned, managed, controlled, or operated by the town as a park. except provided in the subsequent sections. So not to alarm anyone, it just basically mirrors the information that was already in the municipal code as far as leash laws, picking up excrement, and other issues around dog use, but applies it to our parks. B on that item is also that no person, owner, guardian, or responsible party shall permit a dog to enter any park area that is posted as a play area for children. That includes sand, wood chipped covered play equipment, or fenced tot lots or play areas, with the exception of dog service. And that's obviously for reasons of health and other safety for children, as far as dogs using those areas as a restroom or otherwise. I also included the sections that are currently existing in the municipal code to ensure that you are aware that we aren't taking any rights away from dog owners. We're just mirroring the existing municipal code and applying it to our parks. Number 4 was amplified sound in parks. We don't currently have municipal code ordinance preventing someone from emitting amplified sound in our parks, and we do have a permit process for private property that's also utilized for public property. This is just including that in our park ordinance. And number 5 is the full filming, commercial, motion picture, television, and non-theatrical chapter that we're adding as 8.36. I won't go through that in detail unless you have questions specifically. This item is one that also is being reviewed by the California Film Commission as part of that code to ensure that it mirrors what's consistent throughout the state. And at the second reading, if they have any updates to that, I will bring those back to the council, but we don't anticipate that. I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you might have.
I do have a question.
Yes, question, Councilmember Dornbecker.
Yes, I was wondering, under the filming, commercial, motion picture, television, chapter 8.36, under 8.36.20, it says, no person shall use any public or private property, facility, or residence for the purpose of taking commercial motion pictures or television pictures or commercial still photography without a permit from the town?
Yes.
Is that your question for now?
Yes. I mean, I'm trying to understand how it is that the town uses a permit process if I choose to use my home.
For commercial use, it's standard that you would go through a permitting process. It's not for your everyday family pictures. It's if we've had several properties I know that have utilized for commercial photo shoots, whether it's catalog or otherwise. It's very common for the ability of the town to know that it's going on, control potential issues around parking. Sometimes they bring in these giant motor homes that they would go through a process.
And what we're really talking about here is commercial, when people use their property for commercial purposes, we do have a business license process, we do home occupational permits. In part, it's to ensure that we understand what's going on. Having worked in two communities that had very active motion film picture, permit conditions are incredibly important because the motion picture industry embellishes and gets you hooked on the story, and then they come in and do interesting things potentially to your neighborhood or your business community, and they use a LLC for every little itsy bitsy thing. So if you don't have it all taken care of nice, tight, and tidy, it's not. And they can have a lot of disruption to a normally tranquil neighborhood.
Well, that I understand. Thank you.
So, I mean, we're not trying to be overbearing, and I do want to stress that private purpose. But the other thing you run into in some cases is we have had, for commercial purposes, people come up here and shoot using stuff that's owned by the town. They're receiving commission or profit off of that, and there's no revenue coming back in. So it's just a little trade-off. We're not really trying to do that. We actually want to foster, but we do want to make sure that we know what's going on and can leverage that. Also, similarly, I will point out that when we talk about our organized use of the park and the commercial use. Right now, we have no limitations, and in fact, we've been finding that there's certain things we don't want happening in the park that I don't have a vehicle to use to stop that activity. So that's where some of this is coming from. And then in other areas, it may be perfectly okay, but we want a process to understand what's happening, regulate, and control it.
All right, I have a question on a scenario that took place. So a few years ago, I worked with Evening Magazine, Channel 5, and they came up and did, but it was to promote the town. In that case, is there a permit needed as well?
No, and actually that's clarified in section 8.36.20C, exemptions, and there's an exemption for news media.
Okay. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Chilton?
Well, I'll ask one question to follow up on that. You brought the exemptions on that Part C. Can you explain and reconcile the Part B, which is no public or private use for commercial still photography, and then it says one of the exemptions is commercial still photography, and then it lists. I'm not sure if you're trying to exempt those specific items, weddings, school pictures, but it looks like you're exempting commercial still photography.
It is in reference to those specific items, but I do see how with the period there, it leads you to believe that that's inclusive.
So it's
we can
intended
update
to be
that.
for those specific items?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
But
you have other
I have one other question on a different item.
Please.
If we can go to item 1, commercial use of parks. And it says no person, group of people should use a park for any commercial purpose, including the sale of any service, merchandise, or food, except by permit issued by the town manager. I have great faith in the discretion that our town manager has, but I wonder how expansive that is, that if somebody's going to bring in something that we're giving the town manager the ability to do that.
Let me start with the first of why we're doing this. Right now, we have no prohibition, so I'll use an example. We have a Segway operator or two that is notorious for using our parks facilities. They tell people to come meet at a park. They drop off the Segways. We don't have actually anything that says they can't do that. So they are using public property to facilitate private commercial gain. And this isn't so much that the town manager wants to permit a bunch of stuff as it is we don't have a vehicle to stop. We also have rent-a-ministers that are using town facilities on a regular basis for profit. And again, I want to stress that these are activities that somebody is charging others, and then they're using town facilities to make a profit. I will also point out, and I think Samantha addressed this, this also went before the Parks and Community Services Commission, and one of the things that we will be looking at is any types of uses. We would anticipate having a conversation with the Parks and Community Services Commission as to whether that type of use and activity is something that is appropriate or they would encourage. So I don't anticipate running out and issuing a bunch of permits for commercial activity. Really, we need to get it in place so that I actually have the vehicle to go out and stop somebody from doing it and potentially finding them if they don't cease and desist when we ask them to.
Okay, I guess my question, I'm going to be maybe potentially contradictory. It's not my intent that we necessarily, I've seen the Segway people in town, and I don't have personally a big problem with the Segway people. I don't necessarily want to stop commercial use, nor do I want to put in a huge amount of regulation that will make it impossible for unique things to come in. Now, the flip side of that is my concern had to do with something like, let's say, an ice cream vendor wants to set up at Yountville Park for the summer, and that, to me, gets into a very interesting, almost use permit use conversation that the council would have, as opposed to the town manager seems to have discretion here.
Well, and what I'm also suggesting is the town manager listens well in terms of where we're at, but I would also say when I look at certain things, you know, that's why we will take a range of activities and try to get some feedback from the Parks and Community Services Commission. When you get into food, we're not interested in food in our parks. That's pretty clear, and I'll make that. We don't allow mobile vendors. We occasionally have to chase them out. This will help to reinforce that. But in the case of the Segway, we may sit down and say, all right, one, you have a business license. We need to be named an additional insured. You may need to pay us a little bit of a return on use of it, and we need to regulate and lay out the conditions. Right now, I don't even know if something were to happen, we run the risk that we get sued, by somebody who runs into a tree in the park, and we don't even. So I think with your guidance, what I would say is our efforts to allow something will be shaped more by forthcoming policy and involvement with the Parks and Community Services Commission.
So my specific concern has to do with, and it kind of goes to your statement of we don't allow mobile food in parks, for example. I don't believe we have an ordinance or policy that says that specifically. I know we've had that as an internal policy. So those kind of things, like I said, I have faith in your judgment because I agree with you on that, but I'm not sure that if we put an ordinance in there that somebody else would come in and say, well, I think this makes a lot of sense because and then we have a situation where we've issued a permit and the council's like, wait a second, we've always said we never wanted that, or it's been an unwritten policy. I don't know if that's something, those kind of issues of what we would like to see as a council, the parks used for and not for, should happen at some time in the future.
I actually think that conversation, remember, you have an advisory body.
Yes.
And I think you start those conversations with your Parks and Community Services Commission on what they think may be appropriate or not appropriate, and then we can work on some policy statements and allow some opportunity for unique things. Because I do think we all understand that the moment we start writing, there's always going to be, the first thing that's going to come is probably nothing that we actually expressly wanted to stop or to encourage.
Agreed.
Because I'm hearing both, and you're right, that is contradictory. There may be certain things that we think is appropriate, and there may be some things that we don't. So we'll start with a range and see if we can get some policy, and we'll create a policy that will start from the Parks and Community Services Commission and come up to the council for dialogue.
Thank you.
Well, and if I can just add a suggestion to consider, to Vice Mayor Chilton's concern, adding language here that says something about the discretion of the council would be appropriate if there would be some kind of conflict with that approval. I mean, the council retains the discretion of reviewing any permit that's...
I think the language that you would want to do, if I'm understanding the council, would be to add denial of a permit can be appealed to the council. Because otherwise you're going to have everything come to the council. Because I'm not going to be you know what I'm saying on that?
No, what I'm suggesting, if language is, if the council feels that we need language that reminds everyone that the authority ultimately lands with the council, if there is a conflict, if a council member has a problem with an action the manager has taken, we can address that. Does that make sense? I don't know that it needs to be stated in this ordinance, but we retain that right.
And I think, like I said, the first goal here would be working with the Parks and Community Services to come up with some guidelines, and obviously we can use the Friday blurb for commission. And I really want to stress where staff is coming from is to stop things that we know have occasionally been happening, that when when I reviewed our ordinances, when Sam came in and looked at it, and when I pull a deputy aside and say, I want this activity removed from the park, they look at me and go, under what direction?
Right. And I to comment on that, I totally understand the need and agree with the need. I think my concern might have to do with when we talk about permit issued, has to do with the temporary nature of that. So if something was issued and it's for, an event, and everybody's like, wait a second, we didn't ever mean for that to happen, that's an easy one to go back and say, hey, you know what, we need to write a policy and we don't want this. If a permit is issued that is for an ongoing, almost like a use permit, that, hey, yeah, you can spend all summer up there. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I can. And also very strongly assure you that staff wouldn't issue an ongoing permit without.
Are these types of permits revocable?
I would say
yes. Yes, they will be.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and is that in this ordinance? Can I ask where?
It's not in front of you.
Okay.
It will definitely be included in administrative policy that will be following this for your review and commenting.
Okay, thank you.
Can I
Councilmember Mueller, questions?
follow on to that? I mean, in a way, we're opening up a can of worms that I don't know if we're really prepared to talk to tonight, but as, you know, I think we're giving Samantha direction to put together some of these policies, take it to the Parks and Rec, and now we're talking about mobile food vendors. I just want to go on record that I'm open to have that discussion about whether we should or we shouldn't without necessarily saying, take it to them and have them confirm, no, we don't. I mean, that's something I think should be discussed.
And you do
we haven't
currently
done
have
it.
language in your municipal code regarding mobile vending and permitting currently. It's just not specific to parks.
Right, because I looked that up and it
It
wasn't.
is in general
Right.
to the town, but not specific to parks.
Right.
I see it.
Are there any other questions? Nope. Councilmember Hall?
No questions, thank you.
I do have a couple on number 4, amplified sound, music in parks. I worry this sounds like you can't have a radio at a birthday party. And I guess we're saying you can't have a radio at a birthday party?
Except by permit that would be included in your park reservation.
So a typical small event like that would already cover the limits of any amplified.
Yeah, we just
sound.
want to know that it's going on and be prepared and also give them the limitations of that.
Okay.
And we have occasionally had a surprise where somebody tells us it's just a boom box, and we get there and it is just a boom box, but it's the world's most powerful boom box, and it has additional speakers that are plugged into it, and they're pointed at residential areas.
With a DJ. Not kidding.
Fair enough.
So we're not, I mean, again,
Okay.
almost all of these things are based on real life experiences over, really only the last 6 months.
Okay. The only other question I had, and I'm not sure they really meant for this to come out the night we were going to be discussing the commercial use, but I don't see any reference to radio broadcasting here. And apparently we have radio broadcasting going on.
In the filming?
Yeah. So I'm just wondering if that would be appropriate to have it here in 8.36-.
I don't think it applies in the same nature as film permitting because of again, the impacts here are if somebody is broadcasting as a part of their business or podcasting from a commercial business or studio, it doesn't have any different impacts. What you're really talking about on your commercial filming, there's another thing is we've developed a small cottage industry where people are coming up and doing catalog shoots, and they're out moving along the public sidewalk and doing all sorts of stuff, and they tell people, well, time out, wait until we're done. Well, we're not even aware they're in town half the time.
But if you're having an event around a show, then it does have.
No, you're back to a very. I agree with you, Mayor, but you just answered your question. If it's a special event, then it comes processed to a special event. If somebody is doing a radio event as a normal course of their business. So I think we have a vehicle to address that, because we don't license radio broadcasting, and that's a technology. But I do think we can look at that if you've got some things you'd like us to review more. But I'm just saying, for the most part, what we're regulating on the commercial filming is its impacts in the public arena.
And I would just say, let's make sure that it isn't a problem that already exists that we aren't addressing. So
I think we hear you on that and can address that if anything comes up.
That I'm a little bit unclear on item B of 8.36.20 about the commercial motion picture, television, or commercial still photography without a permit, and then to give the exceptions of weddings, school pictures, organized sports. Are we talking about somebody that's going to, we have local photographers that take photos of our town that put them on a website or then turn them into another piece of art. Are we saying they now need a permit?
If it's for commercial gain, yes.
Well, if you sell that picture, that's commercial gain. So I'm just wondering if that's an intended
I think, again, it is, but part of it's also to make sure it's, and a permit is, it can be an annual permit that says I'm, going to be doing various shoots. Here's what my setup will look like or doesn't look like. And again, if somebody is an individual photographer and they're doing different shoots, that's a very different, we write it out and we understand that, we know what it is and issue it. Whereas if a catalog production company comes in with 4 trucks and they need parking spaces and they're going to block this, and then you've got the catering wagon that comes associated with it. So again, I don't think the fact that we're looking at a permit is not that the town doesn't want to encourage it. We just need to understand what it is and then can understand what those conditions may be.
I understand that, but also when I look to fees, then we don't discriminate by whether it's an individual taking pictures or it's a whole commercial truck. It just says an application processing fee.
And we haven't, fees are not included. And the reason fees are not included right now is the town staff is trying to work on a comprehensive fee resolution where we're going to bring a number of the new fees for some of the new things so we can put them together. You're right, and we can have categories of, what's in a permit application fee versus some of these. So we'll be working on some concepts to recognize that the annual still photographer permit for a local is not necessarily going to be the same as a full-scale movie production permit. So
there may need to be some distinct language to separate those, I think.
And I've done some research on other areas to definitely have tiered fee structure, but it's also, as Steve was mentioning, more about the conditions that you're able to put on those. So it's not so much about the fees or really making revenue for the town. It's more so that we can review the application and make conditions. And so for a local still photographer, those conditions are, pretty simple. For a motion picture, they're going to be complicated and might involve more other impact fees for public safety or public works or other things like that, but not necessarily in that, just the application piece.
Okay. Well, I've expressed my concern or just acknowledgement, so that's fine. Are there other questions council has? I'll open it up to public comment in case the photographer sitting in the audience would like to have a chance to speak. Tried to ask a question for you, but feel free to ask your own.
Rob Wennerberg, 2028 Adams Street. Generally, I think it looks good. Let me know when I have to sign up for that permit. One thing I did note, coming from the world of wedding photography, it's odd that at a wedding the videographer would require a permit and the photographer wouldn't. And that's how it's written right now, that only the commercial still photography for weddings, school pictures, and organized sports clubs pictures.
We can insert the word videography. We have no problem being fair and partial.
That's a great point.
That's the only thing I noticed. That otherwise, I'll look forward to the next round. Thanks.
Thank you for your feedback. Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, I'll bring it back. We do need an action to introduce this item. Vice Mayor? Oh, yes, we can have more discussion. I'll bring it back for more council discussion. Vice Mayor Chilton, please discuss.
Well, I want to go back to this comment, this situation of commercial still photography, because I think when I read through this, the commercial still photography with the period, I misinterpreted, because Mr. Wennerberg or Mars Lassar or other people who are photographers that walk around town with a camera and take pictures, I mean, it just doesn't seem like a reasonable situation to permit that type of activity. So I really think that that there should be an exemption. One is just for realism. A person with a camera, we can't. It's a completely unenforceable permitting process, or we're going to have somebody walking around going, "Are you taking that for commercial?" I mean, we're not going to do that, and I realize that, but I just don't think we should pass something that is simply impossible to administer. And secondarily, is I want as many people as possible to walk around with their camera and post pictures of Yountville, even if it's on for-profit websites or art. So I believe the council, with staff input, should put in an exemption for a single individual taking photographs, and if they are using, more than one person or extra equipment or whatever it would be that would impede, public use of property, then I think that should be changed.
Vice Mayor Chilton, I think we could work on something like that because part of the challenge is catalog production technically falls as still photography.
Right,
but it's a very different, because you've got the models and a whole lot. So
you've got people walking around with the white.
We can put an we can put. I think if we're just talking about the creative genius of our local resident artists using what Yountville has in their camera, and there's not anything else associated with that, I think we can add that as an exception.
Yeah, something to the effect of individuals taking scenic photography, or whether or not it's commercial or otherwise.
Right.
Well, I'd like to hear the rest of the council address that, because there is a concern about that turning into a full-on profitable commercial venture. And do we want that to be controlled? It's not about eliminating it, but it may be about controlling it. So I would like to hear other council feedback on that. Councilmember Mueller?
I think it kind of comes up to the whole enforcement. I mean, Steve mentioned, once we have something like this, you can call the sheriff and ordinance, 396-11. But, I don't think that these are the types of things that we're talking about are really going to rise to the level of the town manager actually calling the sheriff. I mean, there aren't going to be citizen arrests and, anything like that. So we really haven't talked about the real enforcement of all that and how that's, supposed to occur.
My understanding is what I'm hearing from staff, and the point of this is to have the regulation on the books to be enforced as it is enforced. With nothing on the books, there's no way to enforce it. So you're talking about having something in place that can be addressed if needed. It doesn't mean that we're going to go capture every camera that's on the street, but if we don't have the language in place, then we can't stop any camera on the street. Is that fair to say that
It is, and it also mirrors what's happening regionally. And when you look at Yountville in comparison to Napa, the city of Napa or American Canyon, St. Helena, Calistoga, they have these ordinances in place. And so becoming part of that more regional aspect of searching, out and promoting Napa Valley as a destination, we want to make sure we're in line with being able to review these people as they come in and not just be known as we can go there and take catalog shoots because there's no process involved.
Councilmember Hall, do you have any comment on that?
I do. I'd like, first of all, to thank Councilmember Chilton for bringing it sort of back to square one with this concept of individuals walking around taking pictures of this lovely community that we live in, and recognizing fully that the minute they exit onto Highway 29 or over the crossroad to the trail and they're no longer in town, whatever they do with those images, we don't have any control over per se. And I don't know that back to the point of being enforceable, we really could do something ex post, although, I mean, you may tell me that's incorrect.
I probably will, and I think the attorney will probably be right behind. The permitting process, again, would be about the fact that these folks are out using the public right-of-way and public property. We don't have any control over the end product or what they might choose to do with that end product, because that is pretty much going to be a creative product and protected to a lot of degree by First Amendment rights, and whether the product is marketable if they choose to do anything with it or not.
So you're saying that we do have the ability to enforce or to have recourse if someone is to take an image of the Heritage Oak and take and publish it and sell 1 million copies at $1 a piece. We have some recourse?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I'm sorry, I misinterpreted.
I'm sorry. No, we don't. What I'm saying right now is the effort here is that we would be able to regulate it. Where it comes in, we do have the ability, if it's public property and public property is being used, then that permit, and it's included here, we could charge a fee or something or establish a commission or a royalty if it's the public's entity that is being used and is the purpose. Now, that would be a negotiable type thing depending on what the artist is trying to do. Now, again, that is a level, if done that way, that can be approached. But again, what we're really talking about at the basic level is when you have a photographer or somebody out using the public right-of-way, or a movie comes in, a catalog shoot, and they want to use us as a backdrop, and most of the us is the public right-of-way and the nature, there is the ability to negotiate a fee, if you will, for the use of that.
Councilmember Dornbecker, comment?
That is clear to me. Where it gets muddled is, as Louis mentioned, when, I don't want to dissuade people from coming to town and taking pictures and posting them on their websites and things. And I don't know whether it's, if they have a commercial photographer's license, but then how would we know? And I don't know. It's a dilemma. Although, and it does say, though, under exemptions that commercial still photography for weddings, school pictures, and organized sports or club pictures are exempt. So I don't know. I don't know how to address it, because we certainly don't want to be stopping visitors on the street with their cameras if they have a big camera bag and multiple lenses.
Again, I think you just identified something really perfect. If it's individual tourists taking an image, it's when it becomes commercial. And if somebody's putting it on their website or their Facebook, then that's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about, again, is the commercial use. And I think maybe one of the ideas may very well be to do that a single individual still photographer is exempt, period. And then, if that's something the council's comfortable with, because that person is not traveling around with all of the assorted whatevers, and they've got themselves in their camera. They don't have a crew. If that is something.
I'll respond to that, because I think what we're trying to do is control the impact on the town. We're not trying to control the end product.
That's correct.
So an individual is not likely to have an impact on the town, traffic-wise, pedestrian access, whatever it is. So rather than, I think we're almost looking at it from the wrong end. We're looking at the end result, and we're not trying to control the end result. We're trying to control the negative impact on the sidewalk, the park, whatever. So with that, if the language being an individual is exempt because there is no negative impact on the public right-of-way, then maybe that's sufficient language. Is that?
Well, that is my intent. And when I think we have issues that are kind of bleeding into non-issues of movies. I've certainly seen the photo shoots, car companies, etc. The flip side is I prefer that they do come to Yountville, but they do so in a reasonable way, which I think is the purpose.
Yes.
I mean, when people see things, they do. I mean, you see a luxury car commercial, it is not unusual to recognize where that is filmed, and I think we should want that to happen. And on the flip side of it is I don't want to see that, artist, Christo Smith, who's down in San Francisco selling a photograph for $800, and it's of Yountville, and it says Yountville, California, wine country. I don't want to go, Christo, he didn't get a permit. I don't want that at all. We want to encourage, and permits, royalties, fees, those are not avenues of encouragement. They're avenues of discouragement. So I think that if this has the statement in there that individual photographers, and it does say this could be on private property. We talk about public right-of-way, but we're talking public property. So if you go into somebody's, French Laundry Garden would be a great example. Somebody going in there, taking pictures, a photo shoot, this is subject to, this would be subject to that, which I have concerns about. So the public right-of-way itself is not only the thing that's being involved in this. So I think that non-impactful activity on the public is what we should be targeting, and that's hard to do, to say that in a garden, if you didn't have 15 cars up there, that could be impactful. So I understand why that's in there. But if we do put in the individual photographer, I think that would allay my concerns.
Any additional comments from council? If not, is there an action to be proposed with the introduction of this ordinance? Meaning, is anyone willing to move that we
To read
introduce
it?
this ordinance?
Well, I'll introduce it. I'll make a motion to approve the first reading of ordinance number 396-11, amending Title 12, the Streets, Sidewalk, Places, Public Places and Parks section, Chapter 12, Park Regulations, and Title 8, Health and Safety Code, Chapter 36, Filming, Commercial, Motion Picture, and Television, and Non-Theatrical. And I would make one addition to that, which is in Section 8.36.20, under Section C, exemptions, that we include an exemption for individual photography, whether commercial or non-commercial.
And whether still or video?
And we would, thank you very much, also add the term videographer in that item 3 and waive the reading.
So your motion is to introduce, I want to make sure we're doing it, introduce the first reading and waive the reading. Okay.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's with those conditions. That item passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you, Rob, for that additional language.
No permit needed, Rob.
Fair trade, you give us expert advice and we let you off the hook. Item 14C, residential scale commercial uses discussion, continued from January 4th council meeting.
Are we
We need to do
going
14B?
to skip 14B?
Oh, I did skip. I skipped C and D, didn't I? No, wait.
Just
Did
the
I-
C.
Oh, I just
Just the C.
crossed it out prematurely. Pardon me, that's why my pages didn't line up. 14B, enforcement, nuisance abatement, and cost recovery ordinance, continued from January 4th. Introduction and first reading of said ordinance. Okay, let's do that staff report.
Briefly, I want to walk through a little bit of this, and then I'm going to do a very brief report. A couple things I want to point out, and I will stress in the staff report that what we're talking about here in code enforcement, this is actually step 3 of a 3-step process. And I want to, in the staff report, we talk more about all the stuff we do, the legal structure. And one of the things that I want to make sure that the council and the public realizes is that the town's approach to code enforcement is first step, notice, sit down and talk with a person to work on explaining to them what the violation or potential violation is and to bring it to their attention and see that we can resolve it at that level. And then we escalate to a level 2, which would be a more formal notification and or need for abatement or reconciliation of the issue. So it goes up a notch, but staff still works trying to achieve compliance with the town's objective before we go into what we're talking about in the issue tonight with the abatement and cost recovery. This is a fairly comprehensive ordinance, and it really talks about a wide range, and we're focusing here more on property maintenance, when I will also want to stress that the town of Yountville is very fortunate that we have a relatively small number of potential violation situations. But what we're also talking about is when we do have the problem and the council comes and says, we're sick and tired of this, staff, we need it to take care of, why are we not doing something? We need to have the tools in place before that happens. I also want to point out that when I put together the staff report, I was really talking about the need for potentially us placing a lien on the property. We do have some of the provisions in place in our current ordinance. This update brings everything comprehensively. Some of our general provisions right now apply to code enforcement, but what this will do is it will give us a comprehensive chapter focusing on nuisance abatement, code enforcement, and all of the cost recovery related to that. So in the staff report, I may have implied that we don't have some of the tools. They are there, and you'll find some of them in the general provision section, but this will provide for a comprehensive place. You'll also note that the staff report and presentation, it also outlines the appeals process, the format of formal notice, and it's a very formal process, and we want to point out that that is, because anytime we're going to talk about a formal, you must do something, or there's a consequence, and here's what the consequence can be, there's a fine structure, and then there's also the situation, I remember former council member Bill Dutton, one of his comments, and what if they don't do it? What if they don't do it? One of the situations we really have here is we've moved into the ability of, with a formal council action, that staff can bring to the council a notice of abatement, and then the town can actually go in using our own forces, our contracted forces, clean up the situation, remove the situation. I'll give you a hypothetical. Let's say there's a house that's burned out, but they don't have insurance. Normally, an insurance company would come in and clean up the site, and we're waiting for the property owner to clean up the site. We wait 30 days. Nothing happens. We now have an unsafe situation. It gets unsightly to the neighbors. What's our vehicle, or how do we go about doing that? So I'm trying to give you some illustrations because, again, we don't have, code enforcement's not a big problem in Yountville. And I'm going to knock on wood that it continues not to be, but we want to make sure that we have a tool bag, and the items that we're talking about, again, we're putting them in one comprehensive chapter, and we will be bringing back a fine structure. There is, like I say, in general provisions, there is a $100, $300, and $500 provision, but it also really, it's more generic. Town clerk and I went over that, and there were some elements that are currently in place, but this puts it in, like I say, one chapter. We're talking about a provision for administrative citations, administrative fine process. Amounts will be determined as part of that council resolution coming forward, and it establishes the formal administrative procedures for the administrative citation process, the hearing process, and an appeal process to the town council, and a cost recovery process for collection of administrative fines, and then the provisions for authority to directly abate the nuisance when a private property owner effort haven't been successful, and our lien process. So more of a modernization and an update, and again consolidating everything in what would be Chapter 8.05, Enforcement, Nuisance Abatement, and Cost Recovery, removing Chapter 1.28 and amending Sections 9.30.060, 13.20.110, 17.12.050, 17.12060, 17.092.040, and 17.128.110. And you'll also see that there's value to consolidating all of that in one chapter because, just as an illustration, the town attorney, town clerk, and I were all reviewing things, and in certain sections you go to one and you say, we don't have anything there, and then somebody else would find it and go, well, you might be able to make this one work. So it's really a little bit of a house cleaning, modernization. Again, I want to stress that it does provide a cost recovery alternative, should it be necessary. But some of these provisions, more importantly, it's not a big change in administrative practice other than providing really the cost recovery and modernizing the formal appeal. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions the council may have on this.
Any questions the council has? Councilmember Moeller.
My question has to do with, since we've got this now, we have a lot of language in here about the roles and responsibilities more precisely of the ZDRB, but we've always used them as an advisory body. And in this ordinance now, they're going to be making certain findings and decisions, and they're going to be elevated outside of that advisory role. So I think we really need some clarification some instruction to the ZDRB, some conversation about what we want them to do and not do, and their roles and responsibilities.
I think that's a very good point, and staff would certainly have that training. But if you also think about it, it allows you, if they want to appeal the determination of ZDRB, they get to come to you, and you have a process and a structure, whereas right now it's sort of amorphous, because when you guys function as the Planning Commission, there's no real process to appeal. So this is actually creating and utilizing an existing body that we have. But you're right, we are, and it's part of the conversation we started a little bit last year, which is, what are all the structures of ZDRB? But the other tool is it's kind of hard to appeal your decision. So we tried to come up with at a staff level what was the appropriate place to do that.
But it just seems like, let's just say we don't make any changes to this and we move forward. It is now, we're going to be asking the ZDRB to do things that are not, right now their goal is to be an advisory. So is it the chicken or the egg? Do we change
no, I'd have to,
outside of that role and then adopt this?
I think it would be, first of all, the ZDRB does have some perfunctory authority. There are a certain level of things within their approval process that the council, again, the council determines the role and authority and the job of advisory bodies. So if you say this is now part of the task, when we have some of these situations, obviously I think it would be something appropriate for staff to sit down, provide some council direction, and obviously staff is not just going to turn the ZDRB loose. There'll be a presentation and a format when somebody brings something, and then that information provides the basis of a finding that would be made and then potentially appealed if it came to the council. So I do think you're correct that we have a education and awareness, and I guess if the council is really uncomfortable that they don't want the ZDRB, then we need to...
I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to think through the process. Should I ask, request that the ZDRB take a look at this before we weigh in on it finally, or do we really need to be clear about what we think their role is going to be? What's the order in the process that we go through is what I'm asking questions about.
Well, I think that's a good question, and I'll say usually the council establishes the roles and purposes of its advisory body, and when you draft the bylaws of the various bodies, you do that, and we periodically amend it. I don't think this is out of line with the more general bylaws. It would be, I think you're right, we are using them in a different manner, but not inconsistent, because we also have some situations where we've had they've reviewed some of the conditional use permits, although those generally come back. So it's really up to the council.
Well, and I'm gonna just step in for a second here and say that this is also what the council has said we want. We want some fundamental decision-making capability at that advisory level. We're controlling that. This language doesn't go against that intent, so I would support that staff sees this as advantageous, and we still basically control the situation, but we've also asked there to be more substantive, fundamental decision-making. So we're not approving signs at the council. We're letting ZDRB handle some of those design decisions.
But now we're adding more to that, which is fine, as long as it's in their bylaws and we agree.
And I take it from the council's nodding throughout this that all of this is coordinated.
Well, yeah, I do have a couple comments. This ordinance is, like Steve mentioned, is really bringing the town up to the standard of other local agencies. So the ZDRB, in the role that it's envisioned here, is in line with how most towns and cities are structured. So I think it's good in that way. It's also good because this is establishing a level of review which a matter would have before it goes up to the city council. So if there was then a subsequent review of the council decision before a court, there's a bigger record that we would look at to defend the town's position. We wouldn't just have the council making a decision and then with not having all the background that might exist when it had first gone to the ZDRB. So I think there's a couple reasons why this is proposed the way it is, and we've reviewed this and weighed in on the drafting of it. We think it's a good ordinance.
I was also going to point out that in some jurisdictions, it only goes before an administrative hearing before a officer that's appointed, and it's usually someone out of the planning department, and then that decision by that officer is appealable. So having the full ZDRB as an administrative hearing board is a more conservative approach.
A five-member board rather than an individual.
Yes.
That, to the council's point, is much more defensible, potentially.
It is, and I also think in point here, there's a whole structure. So when you look at it, it's not a vague process. There's an outline of what a person has to do. There's also an outline of what the town staff has to do when it puts the notice of abatement and what the findings and facts are. The other thing is, we have a two-person planning staff, so we run out of people. It's kind of hard to argue that, I'll pick on Sandra. Sandra is going to be going out and managing a case, and she's going to turn around and present it to her boss for the hearing officer, and the applicant or the offender potentially is going to say and go, and that's fair? Where's the impartial? Who's looking at that? I mean, that's just putting ourselves in a really, in part just because of the size and scope, that doesn't seem fair to me. So I think what we're trying to do is utilize a more consistent process. But I do think it is fair. It's a good footnote for the council to understand that you are adding a little more meat to the bones of the ZDRB in terms of what they might be asked to do.
I'd like to just try to keep it to questions. Staff for now. Let's see if the public would like to comment on this, and then we could bring it back for any kind of final discussion or action. So if we have just specifically questions about the text for right now, and then we'll get back to the discussion. Councilmember Hall.
So, thank you, Mayor Demar. So, Steve, this actually lays out, and I haven't gone through it, this actually lays out the process by which we would make a determination that a nuisance needed to be abated, and then how we could execute that with regards to abating it ourselves, correct? I don't know necessarily that it's required in this document, but I mean, do we have within that a process by which we document how much it cost us or what our administrative costs associated with that?
Actually, the ordinance provisions goes into all of that. I mean, we just don't pick it. It talks about the fact that we have to track, document, include all of those details. That's why I say this is a cleanup of a lot of kind of existing practices, only bringing them in. And it also says that, we're going to have to send the property owner a whole record and documentation of what the costs were. And again, I really want to stress that this is on the tail end. We are hopeful that we don't get to this. But I have worked in some municipalities where you have a slumlord and they don't really care about the condition of their property. And the only way you're going to get attention of them is through legal maneuverings. All the, please clean up your property or we're going to do something. They don't get there. I hate to say it, it's sort of like not akin to what we had to do with some of our efforts on 7 Jasmine by going the formal subpoena route in order to get the attention, to get the information.
And so with that, this new ordinance, or this ordinance amendment, if you will, it doesn't supersede the penalty that would already be applied should there be a nuisance that needs to be abated. It would just be an incremental component to that. Is that correct?
Actually, what I would say, Councilmember Hall, is it replaces the old penalty, puts in a new penalty provision, and the abatement both. So it's all contained in one comprehensive chapter now.
And if I read correctly, then the administrative fine process is one that will be established by the council.
That's correct.
But not at this reading.
That's correct.
Okay, thank
Councilmember Dornbecker.
I do have a question, and I hope that you will not be concerned about where this comes from, because this is a question that comes from the zoning and design review board member whom I witnessed asked this question, and it prompted me to start looking around town, and I'm not sure whether this is a Public Works question versus Zoning and Design Review Board, but what about the utility companies and or other commercial entities which mark up our streets and public or private property? Is there something, I didn't see anything in here that addressed that, but is that addressed through the Public Works Department, or how do we address that?
That's addressed in a completely different vehicle, and in fact, we've already been using some of our process. That is not, that's a question for us managing encroachment permits with some of those, but that is not a private property owner
So that's
compliance.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Chilton, questions?
I think I have a little bit of follow-up to Councilman Hall's question about the process, and Steve, I guess it was probably weeks ago now that I asked you this question before this got continued, had to do with the overall process of if a person is out of compliance with our code, of kind of the steps that we go through, that the first step is not, and I just don't see it in here. When I go to page 9 of the actual ordinance and attachment 2, it talks about the issuance of notice and what people get, is that if somebody has a trailer parked in their front yard and it's been there for a while, of the fact that our initial reaction isn't to issue a citation for $100, do we have a process that's written into our code that we will send them a letter and explain to them that X, you're doing this wrong and X and Y, and please fix this, or if not, you're going to be cited? What I don't want to see us become is a, I don't think we would, but again,
is our
looking down
administrative-
the goal, we're not going to be in a citation-happy situation where people are paying $100 fines left and right.
That is our current practice, and there's no change from that, and that's not written in the current existing code. The administrative policy that the town has is to, one, we're certainly happy to expand upon that and put that together, but again, when you get into the ordinance, what you're really saying here is when we get to that notice, this is, at that stage, that's how that process works. So I have no problem putting together some internal policy that I can provide for the council that will talk about that. But really, you don't, to put in an ordinance, staff will, in some cases, it's a phone call. In some cases, it's a personal visit. In some cases, it's a couple that we fall into that category. Maybe somebody doesn't really understand what they're doing. In some cases, we believe that they do understand what they're doing, and they thought they would see if they could get away with it. So there's a whole variety there. But, that is exactly what our first step. And then sometimes we start with a letter that gets a little more, then we follow up and say, we had a talk. You said you were going to take care of this. You didn't. I need to let you know that if you don't by X date, you're going to be subject to this chapter. We don't want to go there. And I will also say we have a real great track record just recently on cleaning up some properties on Oak Leaf Court that, one, I want to thank a number of the neighbors that responded well to our outreach, and then, we did go a little further down the process with one. So it's something that does occasionally happen. But you're right, that is the exact process, and we have no problem putting that together in a policy statement so that the council sees that.
So I guess my question is, does this allow, on the flip side of that, is one, I don't want to become a overly legalistic. We're a small town. I prefer people to get called or be given the opportunity to fix something. On the flip side of that is you're right. There are some people who just say, I'm going to ignore this or act like I never heard about it or didn't get a letter. What I would like to see is that when, I guess, we find somebody, but if there's a cost recovery mechanism that if you've gotten 2 phone calls and a letter and you ignored all those, then I guess that $100 fine is the first, although we haven't even established those. But to go back in the record and say, hey, we did do all of this. It's not just this is the first time. We should recover all of that.
You'll find that the information in that process allows us to go back to the initiation of the case.
Okay, thank you.
And again, I think that's a great footnote because we're obviously going to have clear documentation on the amount of staff time and effort. And again, I want to stress there's a cost recovery component here, and we're really talking about the big ticket, rare example where a bunch of staff time and resources, potentially even including the town attorney's office, the clerk, for managing the review process. ZDRB and staff, we get sucked into cleaning up something, and unfortunately, you may find that the administrative costs really outweigh, the cost of bringing a garbage contractor in to haul a bunch of debris that maybe they threw in their front yard. And it varies, because like I say, I mentioned the abandoned, burned-out building, and that's a real-life experience. And it was very frustrating to have to explain to a bunch of neighbors why it took 6 months.
Great. Well, thank you. With that, I'll ask if there are any members of the public who would like to comment on this item. No? Very good. Then I'll bring it back for resumed discussion and potential action. Are there elements that any council member would like to continue discussing? Yep. Councilmember Moeller?
Overall, I have no question or comment. I think it's great that we're finally putting this in place. I would just like to figure out a way, and maybe a suggestion would be that before we get the second reading, that let's make sure that the ZDRB gets this on their agenda before the second one comes back, or at least in their mailbox. So I'm sure the ZDRB follows closely every document that we have on our agenda. But just in case, I think it'd be good that we brought it to their attention.
Bob and I can put a cover memo together, get it out to them, hard copy, email, and then we'll include Bob and Sandra, if you could put me on the agenda for the next ZDRB meeting.
Other comments? Anyone interested in taking an action?
I move to introduce and waive the reading of the ordinance number 395-11, adding Chapter 8.05, enforcement, nuisance abatement, and cost recovery to the Yountville Municipal Code, removing Chapter 1.28 and amending Sections 9.30.060, 13.20.110, 17.12.050, 17.12.060, 17.092.040, and 17.128.110.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you very much. Now we can move on to 14C, I believe. Residential scale commercial uses discussion continued from January 4th.
Yes, thank you. And this is a continued discussion from the September 21st, 2010 workshop, where we were talking about specifically the language in the zoning ordinance that addresses the uses in the residential scale commercial zoning district, in particular the prohibition new restaurants, inns, and other businesses that rely principally on visitors for their clientele shall not be permitted, and that language. And we had a discussion on that September meeting, and some of the issues we were covering included the lack of definition for determining which businesses rely principally on visitors as opposed to being local serving, and that's sort of the flip side of the visitors is then that would be implied that this is a local serving business. And the lack of means right now to measure compliance. Also, it was discussed the difficulty in formulating a definition and measurement for that, and how the possibility was also a question of being able to do that at all. It was also covered the economic viability of businesses not relying on visitors given the small population of Yountville, and pointed out that practically every business in town relies on visitors to some extent or another. Also, the alternatives available in nearby communities for residents, Yountville residents, to access goods and services, the limited supply of residential scale zoned land right now. We're nearly built out. We have the one parcel next to Summerston and Ranch Market in the RSC zone. But that does recognize that replacement uses of existing businesses are possible, so there would be some applicability on those in those cases. And then also, finally, the lack of, apparent lack of investment interest in businesses that would most likely be local serving, and what we typically see inquiries coming to the planning department are businesses that usually would be construed as relying on visitors as well as locals. Out of that discussion, the direction staff took from that was 4 points. That to continue the prohibition of all transient uses in the residential scale, that would obviously be hotels. The second would be to incorporate a complete prohibition of new full-service restaurants. There was a little wiggle room in there of someone perhaps trying to build a case that they would have a restaurant that would be directed towards locals, and trying to introduce a new restaurant that on that, trying to state a case for that would allow a new restaurant. But this would prohibit all full-service restaurants. Third, there appeared to be mixed support about the concept of deleting requiring local service businesses, or the flip side, businesses that rely principally on visitors for their clientele. And that would be by deleting that language from the ordinance. Finally, there was appeared to be some mixed support for the option of providing incentives to encourage establishment of businesses that would be considered local serving businesses. Now, out of that list of 4, the first 3 are pretty clear. Continuing prohibition of inns, prohibiting new restaurants, full-service restaurants, and altering the language by deleting that one phrase of businesses that rely principally on visitors for their clientele shall not be permitted. When we get to the 4th one, that the first 3 actually solved a number of problems. One is it solved the problem of trying to define what a local service business is and how to measure that by introducing the concept of providing incentives for local serving businesses. Now we have to define again what a local serving business is, what they sell, how to measure what they're selling is indeed achieving that objective of not being something that would be relying principally on visitors for their clientele. And also, the entire concept of providing incentives for that inn is it's a huge undertaking. In defining what those incentives would be and funding those incentives. Part of the incentives that we were talking about were sales tax incentives, property tax, or rebates, I should say, and rebates for property tax, and also relaxing zoning standards in terms of parking FAR. The staff report points out that while rebating sales tax and property tax appears to co-opt the State Board of Equalization and the county assessor, it's really nominally a rebate of those taxes, and the actual payment of those would be right out of the general fund of the town. They're not going to participate, those other agencies. It's really funded by the town. So that brings up a whole, other than what the rebate or what the incentive would be, whether it is some type of rebate and how you would measure that. Are we trying to drive down per square foot cost of retail real estate to be comparable to something, say, in Napa, to make them competitive and attract businesses that would be considered local serving, a bookstore, whatever that would be. How successful that would be, how many businesses would we need to do that for in order to declare success? A number of points in the staff report that the desired outcome would probably, we would want to work backwards from that and define what success is and then what it's going to take to get to that outcome. Because if we set up an entire program and we were only interesting one or two businesses, then it's quite an undertaking to do that for the limited return on that. Also, the idea of return on investment to the town in order to expend these funds, how much are we willing to put up for what we perceive as success and spend on that program. And then we move into a number of probably after the fact effects from setting this program up, and the staff report outlines some questions, food for thought, of including are the incentives retroactive to existing businesses or just for new businesses? Is an existing business going to come forward and say, well, you know, a percentage of my businesses I believe is local serving, and I'd like to get a rebate on that. So they could conceivably make that claim. They'd also certainly make the claim that we're subsidizing their competition. Also, are the incentives all or nothing? That's the point of, does the entire business have to be oriented towards local serving, or could it be a hybrid type of thing, to where part of the business that they would try to claim a rebate for, of whatever that would be, qualifies, and we would otherwise allow visitor accommodating uses. Finally, the staff report is recommending we not get into the area of zoning standards being relaxed as an incentive, because these become permanent, built, fixed on the landscape. Businesses come and go. When that business goes, as it may, that we have allowed the relaxed FAR parking standard, then it's incumbent on the town to find an identical business or a business that fits that model, and are we willing to allow a business to be vacant for a period of time until we find that replacement. So those are just points that were in the staff report for discussion, and I did point out that in the staff report there's perhaps an existing situation to where a patio area we could discount as FAR for as an incentive. However, those are usually associated with restaurants, and that's a new business that is disallowed now under the rules. So what staff is requesting on this is a acknowledgement of the first 3 points, that we are continuing a provision of all transient uses, incorporating a provision of new full-service restaurants, deleting language that appears in the current ordinance that businesses that rely principally on visitors for their clientele should not be permitted, and to discuss and provide a direction to staff on this question of incentives.
So do you feel confident from your recollection of previous council discussion that the first 3 points are fairly unanimous in your view? Shall we try to tackle that issue with the 3 and then have an additional conversation about item 4, or do you think we should discuss all 4 pieces together?
Well, I think we could take the first 3 and then the 4th separately. I did hear it was pretty unanimous on the first 2. There seemed to be some mixed reaction on the 3rd. And then the incentive is also a mix.
And we'll find out. Very good. Any questions of staff right now before we have this conversation? Very good. Before we have the conversation, public, would you like to be a part of the conversation? All right, thank you. Let's have the conversation. So specifically to the first 3 points, I think if we can reach a consensus on those, and if not, that's certainly okay too, but my recollection is also, as Bob stated, that there was general agreement and understanding on those 3 items. But please, Councilmember Hall.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor Dunbar. I wasn't here as part of town council, although I happened to be at the meeting where this was presented. So it's good to have this revisited. And certainly, I think if I could just go back through and maybe reread them to myself, continue the prohibition of the transient uses, which are hotels, and that I'm consistent with and agreed to. I think that was fairly straightforward. Incorporate the complete prohibition of new full-service restaurants. I don't recollect there may be a potential exception to a locals restaurant. I think it would be very difficult to have a locals restaurant because you cannot. I don't think we exclude people from restaurants, but I think that keeping that or the incorporation of a complete prohibition of new full-service restaurants is consistent and appropriate. Lastly, I think delete the language. Let me just make sure I get this right. Businesses that rely principally on visitors for their clientele shall not be permitted. It's just a fancy way of saying local serving business, which I agree with all of the comments that staff has put together. There is very few, save one business in this town that I can think of that relies solely on locals. And then it comes back to the question of define your locals. And I'll only refer to it in general as the dentist office, because I think that unless there is something very specific that someone has from a dental hygiene need, they probably aren't going to go to our local dentist. That said, I am very comfortable, or I am comfortable, I guess I should say, with the recommendation of staff on those three items.
And I'd like to hear from the rest of the council on those three first. So, Councilmember Moeller, your thoughts on the first 3 points?
I think that continuation of the prohibition on hotels and full-service restaurants, I don't have any problem with that. Mine, questions, comments, issues definitely come down to, local serving businesses. And, sometimes this could just be language. I think it's critically important that and I brought the general plan so we could really look at the language in here once we get further in our discussion, but the general plan sets forth long-term policies that guide the future of our town. And in numerous places throughout this general plan, it talks about local serving businesses and where they belong in residential, scaled, commercial, and the intent of that. So it's not all tourist oriented. And there's a lot of little language you can put here and there for that. And I think what we're talking about here are our zoning ordinances and the language in the zoning ordinance. So the zoning ordinance, the purpose of that is to implement this general plan, which fairly clearly states that we want to have local serving businesses throughout it. So this little language that we're talking about here is describing and implementing the language of the general plan in a very detailed way. And I think that's what we have to be very clear about here. So the bottom line is, if we start changing specific language in our zoning ordinances so that we no longer are going to have residential, scaled, commercial areas that encourage local businesses, we're not going to be in compliance with our general plan. And we can't do that. We have to, these zoning languages just are the detail of what we have in our general plan. So I think that is really the big picture that I think we need to talk about.
Well, I think what Bob has pointed out, which I agree with, is there's no point in having language in here that's undefinable. And to say, I think there is no way for us to quantify, I don't think, consistently or accurately the level of visitor or local resident service in these businesses. So to have the language in place, I think that's the point that you're making.
Yes, and in the September 21st staff report, I had identified all the sections of the general plan that referenced that type of language in the general plan, referring to the RC zone district. I'm suggesting we change it to general plan, and the two documents will be consistent with one another.
Well, in the general plan, it says, and I looked back there, I didn't see this, it says the use permit process is specifically intended, which is what we're talking about here, what type of uses are going to go in, to prevent further development of visitor-oriented business which have negligible benefit to residents and rely upon day visitors. So I'm assuming when the zoning ordinance was written, it's just a reinterpretation relying primarily on, what does it say here? Businesses that rely principally on visitors for their clientele. It's a rewording of saying visitor-oriented businesses which have negligible benefits to residents. I mean, that to me is a definition, and that rely upon day visitors. I mean, we know what those are. That we call them tourists now, or guests. So that's where to take all that out of our zoning language as well as our general plan.
We're not taking that out of our zoning language. What we're doing is we're taking out an undefensible, undefinable sentence. By taking out this sentence, we are not now encouraging visitor-only businesses in RSC. That's not the intent at all. We're trying to take out a sentence that makes no sense, and we can't. You may call it a definition, but there is no definition to relying principally on visitors shall not be permitted. There's no way for us to quantify relying principally on visitors or encouraging locals. If you have one visitor walk into what you call a local business, is it no longer a local business? And the other way around.
I also wanted to...
Vice Mayor Chilton.
Well, when I look at the three different ones, first of all, I look at the transit use being an inn and the full-service restaurants. I think we can argue very, very strongly that there is great benefit to residents of restaurants that certainly do rely principally on tourists. I mean, any full-service restaurant in this town, if we did not have tourists, would have zero, most likely, full-service restaurants, almost, or they would not anything near what we see today. So I look at this issue as not necessarily the idea of I don't like the language principally relying on visitors, because with one exception, and maybe we could find some others, I doubt it, almost none of our business would exist without some reliance on outside visitors. Ranch Market, a very local business, definitely relies, I would assume, because I do in my business, on outside people to actually make money. So that definition has within itself, to me, problems fulfilling the goals of the general plan. When I look at the RSC zoning district, the reason to prohibit inns and the reason to prohibit full-service restaurants, and in my opinion, the third one is I do believe that we should prohibit wine tasting or wine retail, is because those are the three pressures on retail space in this town that are crowding out everything else. And I know of businesses that are looking for space or want to come in, and they're partially local serving in terms of local serving being our local residents will use them, and partially not. And you can't find that, and I get concerned about that district. You can't fulfill the general plan because we have overwhelming pressure who's willing to pay per square foot prices on those types of businesses. So I think that's the piece of it that I see, that line does not help us fulfill the general plan, nor the goal, I think, of the residents. And we have to really look at what it is that's creating those pressures that are crowding out businesses we may want. And what that means exactly, I don't think we can determine what exactly is a local serving business, because many of them do rely very principally on visitors.
Bob, you had a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that in the general plan, there was a statement in there that also acknowledged the difficulty of having only a business that was only local serving. That was in the September 21st staff report. And also, every commercial district has as its finding the statement that it provides a benefit to residents, even the primary commercial where you have hotels and restaurants. And I've thought about that, that they perhaps that's interpreted in the broadest sense that it provides revenue to the town as a benefit to residents. So just wanted to point out that in the general plan there, it does have the statement you're citing, and it also acknowledges the difficulty in having a business that's only local serving.
Right, so you're talking, I know certainly some businesses have made the argument that you speak of, TOT, you take the TOT away, and we're really struggling to make any kind of level of service here in town, obviously. And so is that a direct daily benefit to residents? You could argue it is, you could argue it's not, because it's not people physically going into a property and benefiting from the service that they're getting there. Councilmember Dornbecker, you need to chime in. We're not going to let you just sit there.
Well, in my estimation, residential scale commercial, the overarching theme of that is the scale. And so I can see that the prohibition of all transient uses, hotels would be too large in that scale, residential scale. I don't really understand complete prohibition of full-service restaurants, personally. I think that, with competition comes possibly more benefits to the residents, and if people have to attract people to come into their restaurants, but I guess that also then has to do with parking places and all that kind of thing. But I think it's really impossible for us when the businesses that want to locate in the town of Yountville are not the businesses that we would wish for local serving to actually prohibit businesses. I really, something about that, except in terms of the scale, because of the residential scale. So, and I think we're having sort of a semantic dialogue, because businesses that rely principally on visitors for their clientele should not be permitted. But on the other hand, to me, that's just semantics. It's just another way of saying that businesses, that aren't primarily local serving shall not be permitted. And so what is it? As far as I'm concerned, I think that, I agree with Councilmember Moeller in that this is particularly important for the residential scale commercial development. And that's where I see this as being fitting in. And within that, I don't think that we need to even make a statement about whether a business is primarily, because we can't, because so many businesses serve both visitors and local residents. And so in that way, I don't think, now I do believe that we should try to do everything we can to fulfill the obligations of the general plan, but the general plan, also in talking about, residents serving businesses, that's just semantics. We have to do what we have to do for the health of the town and the scale of the development. To me, that's the point.
And just to comment in your question about why restrict or prohibit the full-service restaurants and inns, I think previous council conversations have been that the negative impacts on adjacent residential property is really the primary factor. It's not an issue of whether it's drawing business to town. It's those particular uses have a substantially greater negative impact with noise, light, traffic, waste disposal, any number of things that you wouldn't find in a different commercial venture.
Well, in that case, I can see the point of restricting them in residential scale commercial.
In that buffer area.
Yeah.
And if I could just offer one, Bob and I have been approached in the last 2 years by people coming in saying, if this business, an existing business, vacates their premises, we'd like to come in and we're going to explain to you how our restaurant is local serving. I mean, we've had 2 of them, and we're very concerned in part because they're replacing a traditional retail with a parking quotient, and we know we have in the RSC areas where they were attempting to go in that would exacerbate parking problems. So, one, that the restaurant prohibition generally focuses on parking and the employee impact and where would it go. And secondly, we have, again, a oddly worded thing that says, it's a strict prohibition, which sounds good until you read the little print in the paragraph some below, except for those that are found to be local serving. And Bob and I have scratched our heads. When somebody comes in, there's no guidance, there's no definition of what's a local serving restaurant.
Well, and let me take this, if I could have town council address this issue. We can continue talking about this for hours and hours. Is local serving and non-local serving even defensible in court? If we were to say we are going to prohibit non-local serving businesses from a certain district, and somebody says, I'm serving locals too, how do we defend that prohibition?
The way I would look at that is it is a form of discrimination because you're discriminating between locals and non-locals, and it is not a race-based form of discrimination. It's not a gender-based form of discrimination, and it's basically just a form of discrimination based on whether or not the patrons are living in the town or not, and that is not a problematic form of discrimination. I mean, it's not something that a court would be too concerned about, I don't think, because it's not intruding on the most classic areas of gender or race or those kinds of things, or age. So in that sense, it would be defensible. From that perspective, I think the more legal concern would be in terms of ambiguity or vagueness, because I think it would probably be challenging to come up with a definition of what is locally serving. And so conceivably, you could develop the criteria that a business could be shown that they have to meet some rational standards that would establish, yes, this is local serving and this is not, then it would be completely defensible, I think. I think the problem would be, how do you develop that criteria? And practically, how would you implement something like that? Because you can't really have a restaurant have their guests, put their address down when they come in for a meal and be able to see if they're local or not. So I guess that's kind of a question for planning staff and their expertise. How would they develop that type of criteria? But if you could develop that criteria, I don't see why it would not be completely legally defensible.
So you don't think somebody could argue it's just an arbitrary, even if we were to say you'd have to have 51% of your business somehow certifiably local residential? That's an arbitrary number, just like 80% would be an arbitrary number. But you think that's defensible because we have that authority?
It would be, I think, it would not, a court looking at something like that would say, is there a rational basis for that type of distinction? And there's a number of reasons why one could say 51% is rational. Yes, there's equally the argument that it's somewhat arbitrary, but when there's not a protected class that's at issue, it's not gender, it's not race-based. Courts are very deferential to the determinations that the city would make or a town would make, and so it would probably be, almost be a no-brainer, I would say, because it's so clear. It would be so clearly easy to understand for a court to understand why there's an importance for having local-based distinction there.
So if I could just one follow-up question. So if we're going to have any language at all that distinguishes local and non-local serving, is it your interpretation that we have to have that mechanism to identify local and non-local serving, or else it's not defensible? So we can put an arbitrary calculation in there, but as long as there's a calculation prior to somebody's application, we certainly couldn't retroactively, as somebody brings an application forward and we have no language in place, say, oh no, we really want you to have 51% of approvable local serving business. So if it's on the books and we have a formula and people know what they're getting into, that would be defensible in your opinion?
Yes, if you could develop a formula, if the formula itself was not arbitrary, then the 51% distinction wouldn't be considered arbitrary. The formula would have to have some, nexus and some rationality to it. In my mind, that's where the problem is. It seems to be difficult to develop that. But if you could, then I don't see a problem.
And I want to caveat all the ifs that the town attorney has used in the last 2 minutes of his speech, because that's really what it comes down to. I don't disagree with the attorney at all that a policy that says for these reasons we support this is defensible. The real challenge is, and staff struggle with this, we can't come up with, one, the definitions, and second, the method of calculation and determination that's viable that would hold up. And that leads
if we're not
to
if we're not able to come up with calculation, we should not have language that says yes or no to local and non-local serving. Is that accurate? Or you say the language itself without a calculation is still okay?
Well, what I'm saying is, if there was a difficulty coming up with that type of criteria, and it was not legally sufficient. In other words, the criteria was just so vague that it was hard to enforce. I mean, it wouldn't be a case where the town is exposing itself to liability, only to the extent that if the town were to then act on that and it was challenged by an applicant, and the town was intent on going through and enforcing that criteria, then there's some exposure to the town, having an adverse decision rendered against it on that application. But other than that, it's not a situation where the town's going to, all of a sudden be faced with a lawsuit by an interest group saying that this criteria is vague. I don't envision that. I would see it coming up in a case where there's an actual applicant who's forcing the issue on his or her application.
Vice Mayor?
Well, so I guess to follow up on the mayor's question, I mean, specifically right now we don't have a definition of what local serving is. If we were to continue that policy and have a clause in here that says businesses rely principally on visitors, and let's say the council decided amongst themselves that wine tasting rooms are not local serving, and somebody purchases a piece of property, comes to us and says we want a wine tasting room, and we say no, you can't have that because it relies principally on visitors for your clientele and it's not local serving. I think that the question to me is, at that point, is that finding that's made is saying no, you're not going to have. We don't have any definition for what that means. We say, we feel that, we know when we see it. Would that be defensible, as opposed to a rational or semi-arbitrary based on these different rules? And you could argue those rules, but in what we have today, is this language defensible without any other rules layered onto it?
Yeah, I mean, it is defensible in the sense that we could raise a good faith defense to it. I think probably if I had to make an educated guess, it's likely that the position that the town would be in would not be a strong one. But there's no clear guidance. There's not a case I can point to that says, yes, this is a defensible position. No, the town's going to lose this case. I think probably there's room for argument there, but I think the town would probably have the weaker position on that because of the kind of the, for lack of a better term, the arbitrariness of the definition.
Just add one additional piece of
I have a
info.
question.
Hold on let's
Just
see,
one.
and then we'll come back to
And then I want to remind you all that our insurance coverage does not cover land use and things like this where you would be considered not covered by our PARSAC coverage. So I think that's why staff has always struggled with, trying to evaluate objectively an application and bring something to you and say whether it does or doesn't. And I think what you're really hearing from staff tonight is the intention is noble and can be defended if you can come up with the right methodology and calculation. The challenge is that staff has not been successful at coming up with a methodology that can be applied. And as much as I think Vice Mayor Chilton's comment, kind of like pornography, you know it when you see it, that doesn't really work well. And telling somebody that's gone through that, and that's just why we're all wrestling with it. That's why you're wrestling with this now. We know what we think we want to achieve when we say, local serving or principally not relying on on tourism. But then we're also looking at in 2011 what is the town's economic model and what's driving and what's making successful businesses.
Councilmember Mueller?
Well, that just kind of brought up more questions. I mean, we really are talking about, I just really think one parcel of land that I can really see, because a lot of the other stuff that we've got in the residential scale commercial is probably going to be, a use that is going to continue because we have other wine tasting rooms in there, so they're going to have to be grandfathered in for future use. But maybe we can't define what those words mean, but can we define what it's not? I mean, residential scale commercial is not a hotel, it's not a restaurant, it's not wine tasting. I mean, we do have other language in here that talks about uses.
Actually, Councilmember Mueller, I just want to say, you actually, going back, we started off, staff proposed to you that if those are the three things, you can simplify this process in a lot of ways. And, in a more traditional zoning approach typically says what's permitted, and it's a broad category, and if it falls in that category, have at it. And then also it's what's not prohibited. Staff, based on your feedback, a real simple thing is to say in RSC, no new hotels, no expansion of hotels, no new restaurants, no wine tasting. Existing uses are grandfathered. That's very simple to do, and staff would say if that's your preference, then we can move forward with that. The last recommendation in Area 4 that staff is sort of saying, was just to eliminate the language that's causing the definitional problem. But to your point, yes, if you don't want wine tasting or any new additional wine tasting in the RSC, you can say that. Because you don't have to, it doesn't have to have anything to do with resident serving or not.
Okay,
you have the ability to
question. Let's say we might consider going in that direction. I mean, before tonight, we never even probably thought we were going to have a wine lounge. If we say wine tasting, how do we prescribe into the future something like that that we don't want? Say we don't want a tattoo parlor and we don't put that in there tonight. How do we cover that by doing that reverse?
I just have real life for you. You don't have a magic crystal ball. You're going to have to do the best job at trying to define what you don't want and encouraging what you want.
So that's something I can see having. We can have a list of what we definitely don't want and maybe continue some of this other language or update it that we'll give use permits if it's a small bakery, a food store, variety shop. I haven't heard that word in a while. Services, professional office, or other uses deemed similar in kind. I mean, that's a nice broad catch-all term for what I think we do want. And I think we have at least two things we don't want: hotels and full-service restaurants. I mean, anything. I mean, I would like to add wine tasting, wine bars, wine lounges, probably a nightclub, tattoo parlors. I mean, how do we lump all that together?
Well, a couple things. One, you guys have conversations like this, so it's helpful for staff. What you would probably say is no alcohol, no additional businesses involving the sale of alcohol. Now you're getting a nightclub, you're getting wine tasting, you're getting anything, that comes right down to the heart of it. So those are the types of things that staff's asking for. We can bring back. It sounds to me like, what I would say, if you could, it sounds like we're okay on no new restaurants, no new inns. Perhaps you have a conversation on the alcohol wine tasting use, and then we can come back and, we're not too worried about the other things about what a person might want to do, because the conditional use permit lets you kind of review that. It's just that staff's we're snake bitten when it comes to telling somebody, well, this is the process for going at, because what the town attorney has talked about, it's a complete crapshoot. We don't know. Well, there's no.
I'm going to address that, because I think there are people coming at this from two different directions. One direction is, how do we list things we want to prohibit and ban? And the other one is, how do we list things that we want to encourage? And I see those are basically two fundamental issues. We're coming from different directions. So that's one thing I think the council needs to decide. Are we trying to ban things, or are we trying to encourage things? What's the ultimate goal? And that might help us frame whether we're putting a list of things that we want to prohibit, or whether we want to put a list of things we want to encourage. Neither list is going to be 100% top to bottom inclusive. That's the nature of a list. You're going to leave something out that we can't foresee. So know full well, the more you add to that list, the more people are assuming you've included everything you want to include. Like you say, a tattoo parlor. If you just list, restaurants, bars, and you don't say tattoo parlors or adult bookstores, and then one comes and says, hey, you didn't prohibit it. So you've almost encouraged it by not prohibiting it. So I just think you need to be careful about what list you're trying to.
And while you're on that being careful, I do want to caveat that the two that you've just mentioned, tattoo parlors and pornography, are their own can of worms.
Hypothetical situation. I wasn't putting a list together.
And a strict prohibition on those just as a category is not permitted. We would have to come up with some specific zoning regulations as to that.
So noted. Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Well, I'm going to suggest that you can do both at the same time. So I think our goal, and if we sort of step back and say, why is the statement businesses that rely principally on visitors should not be permitted? It's to have what we know to be the amorphous, when you see it, local serving business in there. But I think that it's not possible to say we want these kinds of businesses to open, because we don't know, we can't, A, force businesses to open, and B, we don't know who wants to come. I flip that around. We like to use the word ban, but I guess it is banning. I think what we can see clearly is what are the pressure points on retail space in town. Inns are a pressure point. Full service restaurants. We don't have hardly any non-full service food establishments, and generally non-full service food establishments are cheaper, which I think was what most people mean. Eric Halsey said it, and he was right. People want cheap. They want cheap of whatever it is. A restaurant that's very affordable would be openly embraced as local serving, but we can't go into menu regulation, I don't think. But going into non-full service restaurants, that allowing that keeps that open. And I think the third thing, and I agree with Councilman Mueller, is I think wine tasting rooms and wine business, and I don't mean alcohol necessarily generally, because I could think you could have a non-full service restaurant that, Via Corona in St. Helena is a good example. I mean, they sell beer, and I would be more than happy if they wanted to come down to the Apple and open up. So I think that wine tasting room, wine lounge, wine retail, those three concepts are putting on great pressure. And I do disagree. I don't think we're talking about a single parcel. I worry as much about the conversion of existing either businesses. West America Bank would be to me, is a perfect avenue for redevelopment. And I would look at like Wells Fargo Bank. If Wells Fargo decided to close their branch, that space right there is just, that would just be a dynamite wine tasting room. It would just be perfect. And anything in that space, the Chamber of Commerce, for example, another great spot. So I think the pressure would be there if an existing local use business did go out. Wells Fargo would be a good example. The obvious thing with street frontage would be wine tasting room. The pressure's there, the demand is there. So I think there's just taking those 3 items out and saying, hey, everybody, the rules are open, you can be creative, but these 3 pressure points we want to take out for trying to encourage local serving businesses. That's an encouragement in my view.
Can you identify for me what the negative impact of a wine tasting room in the RSC zone is compared to a full-service restaurant or a hotel?
To me, my goal would be simply to encourage that would be a retail diversity policy within itself, because I think that the pressure on retail space and the price of it is driven primarily by restaurants and now wine tasting rooms. So that would be an inherent diversity policy within that one zone. What I've never said I supported is I don't think that we should take the whole town and try to come up with even if it's a rational, but somewhat arbitrary number, or start to ban tasting rooms or cap tasting rooms. I think that creates a problem. But taking what is a very small space that does have some local serving businesses now, to try to keep at least those in place for something new coming in as it turns over, that to me is taking that pressure off. I don't know if that answers your question.
So back to that, I think fundamentally, I'd like to make sure that we're all on the same page or all on a different page. Are we embracing residential scale commercial as it's really the intent in the general plan? And I think this statement says to me what they're trying to say. You want residential scale commercial because they said there is a concern that the building of new commercial development, we've all seen that, will change much of the town into a visitor-oriented commercial strip. So I know a lot of the town has gone that way, but are we saying we're willing to consider throwing residential scale commercial out the window and just be left with Old Town commercial and primary commercial? Or I think it's very fundamental. Are we trying to say that, yes, and I think it's going to be very pivotal, too, that the very next discussion we're going to have about sustainable communities, where we're going to be trying to, provide a few local services that we can kind of walk to and live with in town instead of, hey, only, going out for fun. What do we really want to be and try to encourage? I mean, are we really going to give ourselves totally off to visitors and the money that brings? Or are we going to try to carve out this little piece and try to maintain it as intent?
I think that's a false premise. You're going back to wine tasting is purely a visitor serving business, and I fundamentally disagree with that.
No, I'm talking about just in general, like the list of, are we going to try to maintain, a few little core places like bakeries and variety stores and services, the dentists and things like that. I mean, that's pretty much what we're defining is in residential scale commercial for the purpose. I'm really not...
I haven't heard anybody suggest that we eliminate the residential scale commercial zone at all. So I don't know where that's coming from.
I want to make sure that fundamentally that's what we want to, that is still our intent. We're not trying to change that. We're really working on zoning language.
Yeah. Councilor Hall, do you want to?
Yeah, I have a comment, and it's explicitly back to Council Member Chilton's comment. I think very clearly, with regards to prohibition of transient uses, a hotel adjacent to or abutting to a property, a residential property, is not appropriate. I mean, we already have that in some instances. Full-service restaurants, again, the impact on the residences is obvious. There's a litany of things that create that particular impact. Where I do have concern is in prohibiting a specific type of business, namely wine tasting rooms. Not that I'm encouraging them. However, through the conditional use permit process, we have the right or the ability as a town council to deny a permit in the residential scale commercial. So naming that as a business that we would blanket deny even application for, although it might fit properly in one of the locations under redevelopment or as they changed hands, I think is is not the mechanism we should deploy. I think that, again, we have the right and control as a town council to accept or deny application for those types of businesses. I think the discussion, this is obviously a very complicated challenge with regards to how we deal with the residential scale commercial. But what we all have to keep in mind is that although there may only be one parcel, correct me if I'm wrong, left to develop, all these potential buildings or locations can change hands and probably will change hands. That is the reality. So what we need to be thinking of, and the construct of what staff is bringing to us, is how are we going to deal with that, knowing that we have no perfect crystal ball. And again, back to whatever language we use or don't use, I think we just need to be consistent and ensure that what we're doing is going to benefit the town and the residents to the extent that's humanly possible. And we all recognize that as much business as we generate from the town, it pays for all of, or a large majority of, the services that we all benefit from being residents here. So I just have a difficult time saying we'd add in wine tasting rooms, bars, lounges, or otherwise. I'm not saying that I would approve them if they were to come through, but I don't know that I could add that to the language and feel comfortable doing it because I think that is setting a precedent that I'm not willing to step forward.
Councilmember Dornbecker, your thoughts?
I feel like we're in a wheel and we keep rolling around and around and around. I also think that it comes back to the residential scale commercial use being where we can talk about the first two clearly because of the noise and the parking and the numbers of people. And perhaps that's all we need to delineate at this time, because I agree with Richard. We have the capability of denying any use permit. So I think I would, if we wanted to put in some sort of language that says to encourage, we want to encourage the establishment of businesses that would be considered local serving businesses in all of our deliberations and use permits, going forward in the residential scale commercial area. I think that would be better than trying to figure out how to go about it the other way. It just seems like we keep going around and around and around.
Okay, so I think, Bob, council direction, I think, is fairly unanimous on the first 2 points.
I think we have some direction there on those. I also think we might take a stab at a paragraph that would talk about, I don't know that we're going to use the word local serving because I think we want it, but we may, in the spirit of what you guys are talking about, is come up with a, uses such as a bookstore, traditional retail. I mean, we may be able to come up with some things that would be encouraged in the residential scale. See, I'm going to use, what I'm trying to do is language with a few examples so that when somebody comes, we're able to say what it is. I mean, a bookstore may be a good example or a bad example, but I'm just saying, because it's actually probably not a profitable example, right. So that probably makes sense. But I think staff will try to come up with something, and we'll use, these types of uses would be encouraged in the residential scale. And then conversely, we'll clean up, and then can we do one quick, Mayor Dunbar has asked us, the staff, to kind of make sure we understand where you're at, and I think we need a little bit of clarification on that wine thing. I'm kind of seeing you guys split on that one.
So before we do that, I would like to try to jump to item 4, and if this is not a brief consensus conversation, that's fine, but it might be. I don't know how people feel. If there is a split in view on the use of incentives to encourage business, just very quickly, not for podium, if we all say yes or we all say no, then we can make a decision there. But if it, so I don't necessarily want to see a bunch of embellishment. But Councilmember Moeller, what are your thoughts? Do you want to have the conversation? Are you fine eliminating the idea of incentives? Or do you want to pursue the idea?
I think anything, what the staff discussed. I mean, totally agree with the staff report that what they're proposing there is really not workable.
So you're opposed to trying to use incentives to encourage business? I think that's the general message. Bob, is that accurate? We're trying to decide if we want to eliminate the idea of incentives to encourage new business, in a general term.
Correct, yeah, generally speaking.
And so you would say no to incentives, because that's the way the staff is.
Right,
That's-
what the
okay.
staff's outlined
That's fine.
here, it is not workable.
Councilmember Hall?
No, I agree as well.
As it's stated?
As staff has stated.
I agree as well.
Vice Mayor? We had some good momentum going there.
I think I can take like a couple of seconds from these people who went really quick. I think that financial incentives raise too many questions, the subsidizing competition, how do you have to go back to existing businesses and give money? So I definitely am opposed to financial incentives. I'm not opposed wholly to FAR incentives, although you've generally convinced me of the idea that, and real estate agents in general have convinced me of the idea that they're going to come and say, oh, we just can't find anybody else to go in this space but this tasting room, right? So I think that problem over time probably makes that FAR incentive unworkable. I think what the council should do is, instead of doing that, is we need to have that discussion of what can encourage local serving businesses. Are our FAR restrictions too restrictive? Are our open space too restrictive? If we do have a piece of property to be redeveloped, how would it be developed in a way that would give either more available space or something that would encourage something besides the same thing that we get over and over? So the short of that is, no, I don't agree with incentives.
Thank you. And I agree. Staff's evaluation, I think, is spot on. I also don't think it's fair to existing businesses that we would then incentivize. You know, the theory sounds sound, but then when you start to see the unintended consequences, I don't think it's necessarily the right way to go. So look at that. We got number 4 for you, Bob. And what I'm going to try to do, because we are running very late now, I will try to summarize, but I'm not speaking for anyone if this is inaccurate. What I heard, and Steve's looking for direction, I heard Councilmember Mueller and Vice Mayor Chilton supporting the idea of adding wine tasting to the list of prohibited uses. I heard Councilmember Hall, Councilmember Dornbecker, and I am on the list of not being willing to add tasting rooms to the list of prohibited items in the RSC. If that's the direction and that's accurate, is that accurate? Do you need additional direction?
No, I just think you all need to realize that when that subsequent ordinance comes back, the 5 of you may revisit that conversation, but staff will write it as based on the feedback provided tonight.
I suspect this conversation is not over. Yes, thank you, but at least we got some additional direction, I think, for staff to move forward.
And I want to point out that our goal is we're going to bring this back to you timely so we can move on and work on some of the other land use issues in that framework. I'm going to ask consideration of the time tonight that the next item be moved to your 2-1 meeting. Is that an
The
issue,
Sustainable
Bob, or do
Community
you need-
Strategy?
It is a little bit of an issue.
All right, and I'm sorry, we'll have Bob make a quick presentation and any questions that you all have.
And before we move on, Vice Mayor pointed out that I'm not sure that we landed on item 3 here, if we want to delete the language, businesses that rely principally on visitors for their clientele shall not be permitted. Do you need that exact direction for that
I
exact
think we have
language?
consensus, again, if I'm doing my math, that more support eliminating that language. We'll work on a language that talks about what we would like to encourage in replacement of that.
That I'm seeing affirmation, so yes, thank you.
I
Thanks
think
for
it's
pointing that out.
encouraging what we want. Staff will get creative.
Great. I will need a motion to go past 10 o'clock.
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Councilmember Moeller is opposed to continuing, but we will move forward to
Someone's got to say no.
item 14D, overview of sustainable community strategy. Staff report, Bob.
Thank you. This is a specific request from ABAG that we present this to the town councils, and to stay on a schedule, it really needs to happen tonight. Next meeting on a related matter, we'll be taking up the RENA issue of a sub-region for RENA that I won't get into here, but it's related to this. And this is a case, I'm going to go very quickly through these slides. Usually PowerPoint presentations are bullet points that make things clearer. I actually think the narrative written in the staff report is clearer than this PowerPoint that I got from ABAG, the One Bay Area. And it briefly covers the Senate Bill 375 that was passed back in 2008. 15% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from driving by the year 2035 is the goal. Housing the region's population in all income levels in what they can call complete cities, where housing is provided for, shopping opportunities provided for across all income levels. Goals of the, and what we're really talking about here is a sustainable community strategy that is the responsibility of ABAG and the Metropolitan Transportation Agency in conjunction with local jurisdictions. What they are aiming to do is to adopt this sustainable community strategy, the regional transportation plan, and the RENA numbers all at the same time, coming up in early 2013. So the idea behind this is to adopt a more regional approach that combines land use decisions with transportation decisions. Now, I will further say that Yountville is somewhat of a smaller player in this, and some of the transportation decisions that they're talking about making is loading up along transportation and development opportunity areas where you have mass transit, increasing and densifying those areas. We're just not in that situation here, being the rural nature of Napa County in general, and particularly up valleys. So again, complete communities, walkable places, service and amenities, sustainable transportation system, effective place for business, alignment of transportation investments, housing needs, and land use planning, as I just mentioned. Transportation plan, RTP will go along with the SES, along with the RENA. They'll all be consistent with each other. And it will not take away local land use authority from any jurisdiction. This really doesn't have much to do with us. These priority development areas, PDAs, are really focused for loading up near transit rich corridors, which we're not. This talks about infill and mixed-use development, which we have been pursuing already. And this is kind of the relationship of the MTC, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, and ABAG in conjunction with local jurisdictions formulating this sustainable community strategy that will go through 3 steps. This is probably one of the more important slides here. They'll be coming out in February next month with the initial vision scenario, ABAG will. This will be brought to the Town Council for comment that we will transmit back to ABAG. Then following that, around July, will come more detailed scenarios, and then the final product are the preferred scenarios for the sustainable community strategy, and actually it's, I think, in early 2012. Yeah, I think the staff report said late 2011. This will all be tested against, they're going to set targets and indicators, and the process and methodologies will be tested against these indicators as we go along. Talks about the RENA and sustainable development in the Bay Area, tying the RENA numbers to the allocation of land use and transportation opportunities. Now, we're going to be getting into this discussion in February, first meeting about RENA more and talking about the formation of a subregion in Napa County. This is the RTP, the Regional Transportation Plan. We're, again, linking land use choices with transportation. Transportation investments address greenhouse gas emissions reduction and supporting complete communities. It's about taking cars off the road, the complete community concept. Project assessment, important component of the RSC detailed scenarios. And this is, again, the indicators and the testing. And the CEQA will be handled. There's going to be a comprehensive CEQA document for the RC and the RTP, or SCS and the RTP.
I was going to let you slide, but you did it
Alphabet
twice.
soup here. And, these two agencies are advisory agencies to ABAG and the MTC. And this is the Bay Area Air Quality Management District and the Bay Conservation and Development Commission. Let's go by that one. Yeah. And then it gets into the benefits of the SCS, advancing local goals, improving quality of life regionally, and SCS connecting local neighborhood concerns in housing, jobs, traffic to regional objectives, again, a more regional approach, providing a platform to address high housing costs, poverty, job access, public health, among other tasks. Identifying and evaluating infrastructure investments. If we use couple land use with our transportation system, there'll be less of a need for road costs and road development costs if we do that correctly. There's some local benefits and grants that would come to, particularly when we offer transit, that would come locally. Infrastructure bank to support investments in housing, jobs close to transit, transportation investments that reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and infrastructure investments in small towns providing services and improving pedestrian access. So again, the next step is the February initial vision scenario that will be brought to you. And we'll get your input and take it back to ABAG. That's the presentation.
Does council have any questions of Bob in the presentation? Councilmember Moeller?
Just one comment, right at the very end, if someone's going to give us some money to invest in small towns for additional services, let's go for it.
That would be nice. I think also we just need to pay very close attention to the sub-regional conversation with a city like American Canyon, even Napa. Their interest may be dramatically different than Yountville, St. Helena, Calistoga, and outlying areas. So we just need to make sure, small community, yes, but we still have a voice that needs to be heard there.
We'll get into that in detail next meeting.
Yeah, Councilor Hall.
Just one question. Is this the study or the analysis that's actually outlining how much affordable housing is going to be in different communities, or they're going to expect in different communities, or is this?
Yes, they're tying all of the sustainable community strategy with the RENA numbers that will come to us and tell us among the target income groups what our allocation is, and that will all be tied into the sub-region discussion as well. Mm-hmm. We'll get those numbers either way, one way or another.
Yeah.
I would assume that based on that statement, a lot of these goals sound good. You talked about will not take away local land use authority. It kind of has to in some ways, but I think that the concept of development around transportation corridors makes very logical sense. from a purely selfish perspective, that may benefit us when it comes to RENA, because building housing far, far away from transportation like we are, maybe that tying those two together will have a benefit for us. I don't know.
Yeah, and the overarching, what they're trying to accomplish is to provide a 25-year land use strategy for the entire Bay Area that's, as I say here, realistic and it identifies areas to accommodate all the region's population that they're projecting will grow by over that period.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah.
Well, I think one thing that we're going to potentially benefit from is the county's apparent new interest in sharing credits, housing credits, where they've been trading down South Valley. So if we get into a real difficult situation, there might be some opportunities there. Great. Thank you very much for that efficient report. Yeah, a lot of optimism here. Item 15, staff informational reports. Update regarding...
There for your information.
Very good, thank you. Item 16, council member meeting reports and comments. I'll give the very brief rundown of the Flood Control and Water Conservation District. They announced a clean audit for 2009-10. It was just a standard review of their financial affairs. Also, Napa Mayor Teckel gave a review of her visit to Washington, D.C., and meeting with a member of the Army Corps of Engineers, trying to encourage not only funding for Napa, but also to use the Napa model as a national model. City Selection Committee, I attended the meeting. I was still elected vice chair. Normally something that happens when you miss a meeting, but after just 2 more meetings, I will be chairing that committee. Napa County League of Governments, all of us attended, I believe. We heard Michael Donnelly, editor of the Napa Register, speak on the future or lack thereof of newspapers and how they are adapting to new media. I also, before I ask for other council reports, well, actually, let me do that. Let me ask, were there any other meetings that people attended that need reporting? Councilmember Moeller.
I attended the board meeting for the Upper Valley Agency Waste Management. Much like our water rates, there was some discussion about trash rates that might change in the future. We'll just leave it at that. There was also a great presentation by Carol Zuna of Napa Can Do, and there's a program for recycling shoes. And anybody who's got any extra shoes they don't really want in their closet, you can drop them off at the Yountville Community Center or the Yountville Deli. And you can read about it on their website, napavalleycando.org. Great organization.
Thank you. Any other meeting reports? No? With that, I just wanted to mention an article in American City and County magazine on Yountville's community center project. Again, very positive article on celebrating. It's the county famous for its wine celebrates Noon Town Center, even though it's not a county town center. We'll forgive them for that. But some more good publicity for Yountville. Any other comments from council? Vice Mayor?
This coming Saturday, 6 o'clock, the Yountville Community Center is the pasta feed. Money is going to benefit Saving Yountville Elementary School and also help with teacher supplies. It's only $8 for adults, $5 for kids. You can buy tickets at Ranch Market, or you can roll the dice and buy tickets at the door that night, which I think will be successful. So, and that is in the larger community, the Generations Room, the large gym, as opposed to the old community hall as it's typically been. That's it.
And Kiwanis Crab Feed coming up also, is it 29th? 29th of January. Any other announcements? Then we will move on to future agenda items. We see them listed. Is there any need to review? No? Good. Closed session? Any need for closed session? We do have that, and then we will,
Mayor, on that, there'll be no reportable action, so we can close out and staff can exit our production folks. So we won't
Move
have
to
a
adjourn.
reportable action.
well, before we do that, I would just ask that we, if we are able to adjourn, there's no other? Okay. I would ask that we adjourn tonight's meeting in memory both of Ed West and also Councilmember Hall's father, Clarence Hall. Is there a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, and good night.